stand. Wait on a sign above, and I am ready, ready. 'Cause I just live for the game. 'Cause I just live for the game. 'Cause I just live for the game.
Out the gate.
What's going on, guys? How we doing? Hopefully you guys are having a good Saturday afternoon. We did call a little bit of an audible for today's game. Originally we were scheduled to do a 5-10 no limit hold'em game, but today we are going to do 2-5 deep stack with the $25 big blind ante. The buy-in for the game is a min buy-in of 500, max buy-in of 3,000. You got myself, Ryan, also known as Country, joined by the card room manager of Best Bet Orange Park, Mike Kruger, in the house today. What's up, Mike? How you doing, man?
Pretty good, pretty good. I haven't gotten to see a big blind Ante game yet, so this will be fun.
Yeah, it's
definitely changes the dynamic.
It really does. Yeah, so it's going to be super exciting to see this game. Still able to bring a game to you today. So again, we tried to do the 5-10, but unfortunately we didn't have enough people to get that going. So called the quick audible, got the 2-5 with the $25 big blind ante, which is a game that still plays pretty big. And here we are, first hand of the live stream, and we got ourselves heads up action here with Michael and Gary.
Yeah, Gary originally button straddled, and Michael called out of the big blind. They end up checking it down. Gary takes it down with Jack High.
Yeah, Jack High takes it down first hand. All right. Yeah, Gary's very much a splashy player. Just likes to play any game in the room. Definitely someone fun to watch when it comes to the live stream. Of course, we got the return of Don E to the game. That means just by watching this live stream, you get a chance to win 5% of Don's earnings. All right, I'll adjust that in just a second, Aaron. Just give me 1 second. I'll fix that shortly.
All right, thanks for the heads up, Aaron. We just did a little bit of adjustment. Let us know if it sounds a little bit better. Definitely don't want to be screaming at you. So this hand here, we had Michael open it up to 30. We got two callers. Will and HK both call. Flop is Queen, 7, tray, 2 spades. Looks like Michael's going to continuation bet. Will did flop top pair, so I would imagine Will's going to call, especially in position.
All right, yeah, Aaron, let me know if that's a little bit better now. I did drop it down just a little bit.
Again, appreciate the heads up, Aaron.
Yeah, absolutely.
You don't say anything, we would just keep screaming our voices off.
Exactly.
Jack of spades on the turn here. Does put a third spade on the board. Makes the board a little bit scarier.
Yeah, unfortunately, nobody with spades.
And Michael does continue firing. Tough spot for Will. He does have the top pair. But as the board gets wetter, with Michael being the pre-flop raiser, it's getting more and more worrisome. He does put in the call. And the river 6 of hearts gives Will that 2 pair, so see if Mike keeps firing at it, which he does.
Yep, he definitely is.
Probably he goes small, hoping that maybe Will missed a spade draw of some sort. Can't imagine Will's going to fold 2 pair here, getting such a good price.
He is definitely going to call it off, as you said, and yep, Will does show the 2 pair. He gets it done. So Michael donating a little bit there to Will's cause.
It's a pretty good board for Will to keep firing at. I can see why he went for the 3-street aggression.
All right, let me get some greetings out of the way. Of course, Aaron, good to see you in the YouTube chat. Miss Deb, Steve, good to see you guys as well in the YouTube chat. Chris and Facebook, good to see you, man. Hopefully you're doing well. But yeah, mentioning earlier, Don being in the game, that means our YouTube viewers, you have a chance to win 5% of Don's earnings a little giveaway he likes to do whenever he is on the live stream table. So obviously you guys are going to be paying attention to see what Don does. Last night, Trace Tacos did the same thing, 5% giveaway. And Duo Maxwell in our YouTube chat won that giveaway last night when Trace Tacos ended the night being up a little over 1,200. So 5% of 1,200, 60 bucks, not bad, just by watching the live stream.
Yeah, I'll take 60 bucks if you want to pay it to me. But yeah, 5% of Don in this game is pretty good. Him as well as a lot of other players in for the 3K max.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, I want to say the only player that came in for the men was our friend that's in the 7th seat, 546 flop. Wow, Michael just flopping the straight, and he also still has a draw to a straight flush.
And unfortunately for him, Will doesn't have much, especially given the fact that Michael just triple barreled with air. This is a really good spot for him to pick up some chips if Will had some sort of hand. I mean, honestly, Will could be tempted to call with ace high there, but yeah, he has to lay it down.
Say he does fold, and Michael's like, took away my chance to win these high hands, which, speaking of Orange Park, they claimed a couple high hands today.
Yeah, off to a hot start so far.
Yeah, of course, the promotion we have today, $1,500 high hands every half hour. It's going to go until midnight. It's shared between all 3 rooms. I know St. Augustine had one earlier. I know Orange Park, I think you guys got 2 of them.
I believe it was 2. I know we were on the board for one that St. Augustine stole from us right before I had to leave and drive this way. But always a good, fun promotion across all 3 properties, 1,500 every 30 minutes all day long. Good day to sneak out and play. Don wakes up with pocket 10s under the gun here, opens it up to 60. And even though this is a 2-5 game with that 25 ante, you will see a lot bigger pre-flop opens, just because you have 35 in dead money in the middle.
Yeah, so that's who I was referring to, Ken in the 7th seat there. He did come in for the men, so he did min buy.
Which was 500.
Yep. Which, for our 5-10 games, that is the minimum to come in for the 5-10 games.
Yeah,
well.
for the non-streamed 5-10, this is the exact structure, the 500 to 3,000.
Yep.
So flop ace, ace, 8 rainbow. Everybody checks around. JT slow playing the flop trips.
Uh-oh.
Turn 6 of diamonds. And now JT is going to bet for value. He checks flop, hoping Don continued, but Don did check it back, which is a good check back. It's a way ahead, way behind scenario. And now you see Don does call with the 10s.
And that is some paint on the river, so it should go to JT.
Yeah, JT's going to bet for value again. Looks like a jack from here. Really far away, though. Yep,
You're
jack
right.
of hearts. Kind of a tough card for Don to call. What bluffs can JT have? But he's getting such a good price. And JT did check top. Checking the flop there for JT seems to have helped him get value on the later streets.
Yeah, Steve, that is Will in the 4th seat there. So a couple other players, I think it's been a while since I've seen them. Harris in the game there. JT, it's been a while since we've seen him, but he's played on our live stream quite a few times. Repping that retro Greg Maddox jersey.
A nice throwback jersey. Don't see a lot of those anymore.
Nope. Of course, that was the big 3 for Atlanta way back in the day. Greg Maddox, John Smoltz, and Tom Glavine.
Oh, yeah.
Don't get much of a better pitching rotation than that.
No. Looks like HK is going to open under the gun. It does open for 50 with King 7 suited, or 45, sorry. Folds around a hunter on the button. He lets it go.
Yep. Now action on JT. Looks like he's going to go ahead and come along with it.
Looks like Don called as well, so 3 ways to the flop.
Ace trade jack flop, so Don does catch an ace.
Yep, backdoor diamonds for 2 players as well. And as the pre-flop raiser, HK continuation bets.
See what Don likes to do. This is going to go ahead and call it.
And Don's going to call it top pair there. Deuce of hearts on the turn. Don checks it over. HK is going to continue again. Goes with 230 for about half pot.
Wow, and HK is going to go ahead. Yeah, like you said, just...
Don adds a wheel draw with his ace. So it seems like a pretty clear call. The river is the 4 of
it
hearts.
does come. The wheel does complete for Don.
So Don's going to check it over, hope HK is bluffing or bets for value. Only thing that got there, in addition to the straights, backdoor hearts.
He's going to bet 70. No, actually more than that.
375.
370. Yeah, 370 to bet.
So he's representing a big ace. Don's going to put in the raise for value, hoping he does have what he's repping. Fortunately for him, HK just has king high. But it's one of those hands where on previous streets, when you have ace-5, you're calling hoping he's bluffing, and now you're hoping he wasn't bluffing, and you get a ton of value when you make your hand. Imagine HK is just thinking about how long do I have to act like I'm having a decision here. Doesn't want to give away the fact he just triple barrel bluffed.
Yeah, he does fold in pretty good scoop for Don. And again, we just mentioned it, 5% of Don earnings, and he's already starting off good with that scoop. Already up 800.
I don't think he had an ace.
Off to a good start.
Curious. If I was a betting man, I'd say he had no ace.
You would be right, Gary.
Oh my God. No, I have to listen. You guys can see it on TV. Best hand, best bet, whatever the case may be. Nice hand.
Gary with jacks under the gun here. He's definitely going to open it up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Gary is very much a wild card in this on this table.
Oh, he limps in. Looked like he went to call but put 2 chips in. Stuck together. Ken's got deuces. He's going to limp along.
HK is just going to go ahead and check with queen 5. So Jack's very much in the lead here until Ken just flopped himself the set.
So 10-4 deuce for Rainbow. Bottom set for Ken, and Gary's got the overpair in a really disguised way since he limped in pre-flop. It's going to be real easy for Ken to just call, and it almost looks like he's got just a top pair type hand.
7 on the turn.
Real bricky turn card. So Gary's going to continue betting for value. I'm sure he's targeting a hand like, you know, Jack 10, King 10, Queen 10.
Gary is going to raise it to 100 after Ken did bet.
Yep.
So 4x'd it.
So you're really putting Ken on top pair on this kind of a board. Way more than a set.
And that is looks like a 9. Yep, 9 on the river.
A 9, at least for Gary, at least a 9 allows 10-9 to get there. So it went bet call.
For Jack. Did he call? He bet. He bet 100. He bet 100. I'm sorry, I thought he called. You bet 100? Yeah. If I call, I'll get 15. Okay.
So in the end, it does go bet call.
Yeah.
Ken takes it down with his set of deuces.
Look at a little bit of confusion there, but did work itself out as Ken, yeah, again, set of deuces. Deuces never loses. That's what we always say.
This isn't mine, is it?
But yeah, again, guys, this promotion, $1,500 high hands every half hour going until midnight tonight. And you could be at either room. You could be here at our Jacksonville location. You could be at the Orange Park location, or you could be down in St. Aug. If you hit a high hand, you could potentially win $1,500. Shared promotion between all 3 rooms, going on till midnight. It's not a bad way to, you know, celebrate the Memorial Day weekend.
Definitely not.
4 green and 1 red.
1,500 every 30 minutes.
Yep. And then, of course, Thursday, June 1st, our Summer Swing Series starts up over at St. Aug. $300 buy-in, 100K guaranteed tournament, multi-day event. It's going to be taking place. The following weekend, Orange Park, $200 buy-in, 50K guarantee, multi-day event. St. Aug will have a single-day event on the third weekend of June. $300 buy-in, $30K guaranteed. And it is capped off by our main event. $600 buy-in, $100K guaranteed. That's going to be here at our Jacksonville location. Check out the website, bestbetjacks.com, for all the details. As we see this hand, Hunter and Will both flopping aces.
Yeah, I believe Hunter opened pre-flop. Will elected not to 3-bet.
10 on the turn. That does give Will, looks like, a couple more outs. He does have a straight draw now. Try to hit his 8.
So let's see what size Hunter decides to go with here.
Bet 250.
250, so just a little over half pot. Can't imagine Will's going to fold. Looks like a pretty clear-cut call spot, which he does.
And said the board does pair, so the king will play for Hunter. Will's going to check it to him.
Let's see what he thinks he can get out of this hand. It's an interesting spot. Will did limp in under the gun pre-flop, and then only called Hunter's open. So Hunter does check it back, not putting on Will on a big ace type hand. Probably put him on some sort of combo draw, straight draw.
Sounds good.
Something where you can't really get called by a bet with a 9 coming in. If he has something like 8-9 suited, it gets there on him. I think if he put Will on an ace type hand, he's definitely going to be betting for value instead.
Straddle on the button. Straddle on the button, everybody.
All right, button straddle on this hand. So it starts on Gary, who has ace-king out of the small blind. And then Will with ace-queen out of the big blind. Looks like Gary just put in the call, probably as a trap. And Will wakes up with ace-queen behind. Now Ken calls with king-queen. Now Hunter's got ace-jack, and it looks like a real good 3-bet spot.
And that's exactly what he is going to do.
Unfortunately for him and just about everybody else involved, Gary's got a monster.
Yeah, he does.
And now he springs the trap with the raise.
This is definitely typical Gary play with this 4-bet here.
The way this game's been playing, it's not a bad spot to go for that trap from the small blind with everybody behind. And a lot of players are attacking that dead money in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
You got to defend your... If you're going to limp a couple of hands there, having a few limp traps helps defend that. Now he's got both of these players dominated, should either one decide to put in the call.
Well, I mean, that bet from Gary, too, with Ken being the short stack, he is going to go ahead and get out of there. So Gary does take it down.
That is good.
Was almost enough to carry, to basically cover Ken if he wanted to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for Ken, it's essentially an all-in or fold spot.
Right.
But I think if Gary, especially if he knows he's going to limp a lot of hands, like say he likes limping in with hands like Jack-10 or King-Jack offsuit from that position, by occasionally having some bigger hands to limp raise, you know, it prevents people from trying to bully you every time you do limp in.
All right, on to the next hand here.
No straddle on this one, so it's just starting out under the gun.
Call 7, fold 8, fold 9.
Ken's going to limp in, folds quickly around to the cutoff. HK is going to open it up to 40. 6-4 offsuit. Like I said, you're going to see people definitely targeting some, going for some steals. You got all the dead money in the middle. You can open it to 40 and take down 40.
That green chip in the middle that's just sitting there as dead money is very enticing.
Yeah, it's not often you can open for 8 big blinds but have it be a pot size open, you know? So when you see one guy limp in and you're in late position, and it's like all you gotta do is get that limper to fold. It makes it way more enticing to go for it.
Oh yeah, they're great. I keep in my car. I grew up in Minnesota, so I know. Where? I used to play.
Plus for HK there, say, you know, the limper does put in the call, at least he gets to play the hand in position.
Split limit crap? Yeah, I grew up in Coon Rapids, went to play in high school.
Oh, okay. So you're familiar with the term Minnesota Ice?
Oh yeah.
Not necessarily
I
Minnesota
learned how to
Ice.
play running aces. You ever been running?
Yeah. I played a big tournament there one time. Cash there.
$100 spread limit next.
Is
Still spread limit there?
Yeah, but they
All right, well, Ken, who is the short stack, he's got the aces.
And he put in the call. I think the straddle was on.
Yeah.
Because the action started on the blinds, and now he's going to go for the trap, which,
They're not bad.
given his stack, is definitely going to work here. We had an open to 50.
With
Call,
9-7 off.
and now HK is mixing in a 3-bet with suited connectors.
Oh, man, this is looking very good for Ken here.
Yeah, I mean,
just $100.
Ken's definitely going to put in the shove. I would assume. Maybe he's going to call to try to entice somebody to come in behind, since JT did originally call the 50. Or JT opened the 50, I should say.
Yep, and there's the him haul. Oh, geez, what do I do here? Oh, man, I got aces. Let's go ahead and go all in.
Easy all in. His all-ins for about 600, and HK would have about 400 to call. So it's tough for HK to fold. Obviously, seeing the hand, he doesn't have the right equity, but if Ken had ace-king here, it'd be profitable for HK to put in the call. So he is going to
call. Yep. 10-9 suited versus pocket aces.
Very much ahead.
Aces?
Yeah, definitely ahead. It's 10-9 suited, though, is a hand that can't be dominated. Like if somebody's not limp shoving ace-10 or ace-9.
And a good double up there for Ken. Got a little scared there, the king-queen there that gave HK the straight draw, but the jack doesn't come, and Ken's going to take it down.
Gets it in good. Let the chips fall where they may. But good spot for there. Button straddle. Everybody's getting a little bit active. He gets to put in the limp. We've seen him limp fold a few times. Maybe he's aware of that image.
Yep.
Says, cool, if I do it here, and maybe they'll try to push me around. Works out for him really well. But you can see these guys are clearly aggressive pre-flop, which you have to be in a game like this.
Yep. And we do see the button straddle in play again here. So action's going to go ahead and start in the small blind, which is Ken, who just scooped up that pretty decent sized pot.
I'll do it for Doyle.
Yeah, that's what we said. You got to do it for Doyle.
He does. He calls.
We were kind of talking about, too, like any time you get 10 deuce, you have to play it at least once. And if you do win, you got to show it. Just in memory, you know?
And after HK also limped in, Will puts in a pretty small bet there. It raised to 30, 3 times the straddle.
Jack
probably trying to build a pot in position. He did get Michael to fold the button, so he gets to play against 2 limpers in position here.
And he does catch a jack on this flop here, does
Will. Jack high flop for Will, checks to him.
It looks like a gust shot for HK for his straight.
Yeah, Ken laid down the bottom pair with the 10 deuce. Imagine HK is going to call here. Does have backdoor. Or just that.
HK does complete it.
Or just front door straight right on the turn. So when he checks it over, Will does continue firing.
Now that card also does get Will a flush draw too, so it's a very good turn card to keep the action going.
Yeah, HK is definitely check raising. It's a matter of what size he goes with, whether Price is willing to keep going after the flush draw.
Trying to get unstuck.
But only 260 more to win 710, I think. I think Will can definitely call here, try to peel the heart. Which he does call pretty quickly.
So HK trying to fade a heart.
So HK is definitely putting Will on a top pair type hand.
So yeah, HK raised it. Will did call it. We'll see a river here in just a second. Let's wait for the action tracker to get caught back up, and we'll see it. Whoa, that's a pretty massive bet from HK.
It's about a pot-sized bet.
Yeah. Ace on the river.
That's a really good. That is actually a really good river card for HK to fire huge.
Yeah, absolutely.
Will pre-flop raising, and you're putting him on some sort of jack type hand. Ace jack clearly improves the 2-pair. Or if he just had something funky like a suited wheel ace and it backdoored hearts, you call with ace tray of hearts, ace 4 of hearts. Lets him make top pair. So pretty good spot to size up, try to get the maximum value. I think a real bricky river card, he probably goes a little bit smaller.
Right, yeah, but that, as you said, that ace coming out.
Ace improves a lot of hands.
Now Will's doing some inventory.
Tough for a Will. I mean, you have some of the hearts, so it blocks a lot of the bluffs that HK could have. And if he was bluffing with an ace-high flush draw type hand, that it now beats you. Now, I mean, HK could still have hands like 7-8, 8-9. But again, having the 9 of hearts kind of blocks a lot of that combo draw range.
And Will's trying to figure it out.
He definitely doesn't believe him. And I think with Will's specific hand, it's blocking a lot of the flush draw. I just don't see a lot of bluffs in the range that didn't get there.
He does
in
fold.
some way.
Still, though, a pretty decent-sized spot for HK to scoop up and get back into it.
That close.
Yeah, Jason, you're right. I mean, HK's definitely been a super active player so far. He's definitely been mixing it up.
I'm glad you folded.
All right, so we got Jacob now hopping in the box, 30 minutes down.
About 20 too much, wasn't it?
I thought you were about to call. I was getting a little nervous, man.
You weren't nervous.
Probably was.
What? When did you move out here?
Huh?
When did you live here?
He's still there in heart.
Huh?
Is this a trick question? Oh, because of the hands?
Yeah. Curious on how you live.
Oh my God. He's got ice water. He's told about ice water.
When people move from the, just ask him. Like, your blood
No,
thins immediately.
I'm asking you.
Your blood thins
I
immediately.
lived in Long Island.
Cricket, man, they're not built for it.
Yeah, we're tropical people, I tell people.
But I'm trying to tell you.
Telemotor.
All right, action continuing on here.
Button straddle on, so starts in the blinds.
And JT in the big blind is going to raise up to 55 with his king, queen off.
Gary puts in the call, pocket sixes.
Trying to set mine a little bit.
And then Ken defends the button straddle with jack 8. So 3 ways to a flop.
JT does catch a queen on this flop.
Yep, gut shot for Ken as well. So looks like JT continues pretty small sizing. Pretty good board for his hand.
Gary's going to go ahead and call, try to see one more street.
And he doesn't believe him. Ken calls as well with a gut shot.
Trey on the turn. Now it's a little more tough for Gary. Now JT does bet out 125.
Pretty small again, about a quarter pot size.
And Gary will let it go.
Yeah, even if Gary doesn't believe him with the caller behind, it's tough for him to stick around.
Yep.
And Ken's going to let it go as well. So JT takes it down.
Yeah, I remember JT as well. He was also very much a guy that liked to mix it up quite a bit here on the live stream. So
Yeah,
between him, HK, Gary, who likes to mix it up as well. Don knows when to pick his spots. Hunter, obviously, we know how good of a player he is.
I think JT was he opened 9-7 offsuit that him and Ken limped in with aces. So definitely not afraid to mix it.
So they've been having issues with that camera lately. I'm about to look at that. Anytime now?
Looks like Gary limped in. It is a straddle pot. Looks like Gary limped in with king 10 suited. Hunter waking up with aces here on the button. He's going to open up to 75 after a couple limps. So Gary puts in the call. Will does fold the king 4 suited. Ken lays it down for the cutoff. So it's just going to be Gary and Hunter heads up here.
And Hunter does have the aces. Against King 10 suited. Queen 6 tray flop. Pretty bad board for Gary to continue on. I would assume Hunter's going to down bet. Which
75 for the
bet 70 makes it 75, same as the pre-flop raise to 100. Pretty dry board, but Gary's going to peel. He's got backdoor diamonds and backdoor Broadway draws.
check.
The turn Jack of Spades does bring open-ended for Gary. So after Gary checks it over, Hunter is going to bet out with the pocket aces. Probably sizing up a little bit here. Yeah, it goes about pot size 400. Actually goes 500. Goes for a little bit of an overbet. Targeting Gary with a top pair or any sort of draw that gains some equity with maybe like a clubs. He's got like King Jack of clubs.
He go. They hold me hung up. I already know what that means.
Oh boy.
That boy gotta go before he get in more trouble.
No. That means it's money. Get here.
Thank you. Good luck out
Let it work.
Appreciate it.
So after some deep thinking, Gary does lay it down. Hunter takes it down with the aces. Now we just saw Will leave the game. Looks like he got a phone call and had to run.
Family emergency.
Is everybody going to keep playing? I mean,
That's
I know we
Theo.
lost to Trey.
That's Theo.
Huge
Theo,
action
I'm sorry,
player.
Theo and Jacob. Thank you.
Oh, tacos? Tacos? What's up, man? You need help with anything? Seat open.
Yeah, they just called one person, but I don't know if they're coming or not.
Don't say it like that.
He's on here. 6, 7?
So we do have an under the gun straddle this hand from Gary. Folds around to Hunter. He's going to open it up with 5-4 suited to 50.
He just left. He might be
Folds
at the
around
gate right
to the big blind.
Something really
now. Like he just left like less than 2 minutes ago.
I think he's out on the
Yeah, maybe 90 seconds.
And everybody folds around. Hunter gets to take it down. Not bad when you can open with 5-4 suited and just take down a free 40.
I have to lose. I knew that.
I don't think he did.
I know this thing.
I called that boy.
When will they make a card shuffler that can take the RFID cards?
What's up?
So when do you think they'll make a card shuffler that can handle the RFID cards?
Or
I mean-
just make cards that fit inside the box.
Exactly. Either or.
Bad go.
See open.
Now Michael wakes up with pocket 10s under the gun. He's going to open it to 30.
We're only losing like 4 hands an hour because of that.
No, we might even be gaining hands in certain cases out there. You know what I'm saying?
85 from the 9, 4.
Now JT is going to put in a 3-bet. Makes it 85 with ace king offsuit.
Truthfully.
HK puts it in the call. He's got queen 5 of clubs.
You gotta be losing something, right?
Probably.
And Michael does call with the 10s.
All right, we got 3 go.
So 3 ways to a flop. Here we go. 9-7 deuce, all clubs. HK gets the flush. JT with the ace king off, including the ace of clubs. Michael with the overpair bets out for 150. So Michael bets half pot. JT's definitely not folding. It's whether he wants to put in a raise or call. He does just call. And now we're going to see, I assume HK is going to check raise here, or he might slow play, given this dynamic. Oh yeah, what a flop here. Yeah, HK could call since Michael led flop. He gets to squeeze in the third player. But with a non-nutted flush, you might want to get, you want to really target the value from the people holding the ace of clubs. Or try to get as much money as you can now with somebody that flops a set.
just in case Michael flops something with pocket 9s rather than pocket 10s.
HK can do it. Put the cards in the box.
So HK does check raise.
Go to 1025.
Wow, 1,025.
Goes about pot size.
1,025.
Michael originally opened, then only called the 3-bet. So Michael could have the pocket 9s, pocket 7s, and you'd rather just get it in with him now. And also targeting the people with the ace of clubs, like JT has here. Plus, from what we've seen, HK is not afraid to mix it up. So
No, definitely.
if people have a pretty strong hand, it's tough for them to lay it down against him. So I mean, JT's definitely got to think it over.
Oh, he does call it.
Yep, JT calls. He could really easily think his overcards are live, the way we've seen HK play. So if you think your overcards are live along with the clubs, then you have to put in the call.
Now for HK, hoping that 4th club doesn't come out.
All the chips over there.
So now HK does.
Yeah, HK shoves.
Yep. And for JT, ship in your remaining stack.
Yeah, assuming the chip counts are correct, I think JT's pretty much priced into call. I mean, it's 900 to win 4K, so you're getting a little bit better than 4 to 1.
Yeah.
It's got the spot where when he shoves, you know you're not good, even if you hit a pair, but he's gonna do the math, counts it up, and he does call.
Going to call. And, yep, does fade it. HK. Wow, just like that, man. Wow.
Yep. And that's where the being really active, playing a couple of hands, and then picking your spots will get you paid off.
So HK was stuck a little bit, and now he is definitely up and then some.
I got you even. Well played.
Yep. Really good spot for him, the way the hand played out. A game like this, you don't have to be afraid to make slightly loose calls or loose raises pre-flop like he does.
I guess you prayed harder than I did.
When everybody's very deep, it can make up for it.
Two Georgia boys going out. Are you from Georgia? Hey, some people are just fans. I'm from
Well, actually, he is still a little bit stuck, but not nearly as bad as he was, obviously.
No, go Braves. Chop all the way.
5 then 25.
I should have just folded on the flop. I've never in my life hit a fucking turn or a river. That's not even in my
I
wheelhouse.
thought you could.
5 to go.
Well, we're definitely going to have some clear frustration from JT.
50 from the one.
Well, I just noticed Will called it an early day, huh?
Yeah, he got a phone call and had a snap rack, so not sure what it was,
All
but
right, we have 2 players.
there was no debate.
Yeah.
You can't order the, somebody you can't watch the game from the TV. You gotta order the Why can't the Falcons be good like the Braves?
Looks like Don leads out on the 10 high flop. He does flop top pair with his jack 10. Neither player has anything to call him, so they let it go. Don's going to take it down.
And then I would say that I think Denny Nagel was the year we won in '95, but before that it was Steve
I do appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. We are going to try to get this seat filled. Try to get this back to being a full game. Unfortunately for us, the 2-5 land out there started dying. One of the tables broke out there, so and there's a lot of 2-5 seats out there.
Hunter opens it up under the gun for 50 with 9-8 suited.
It's like a
Quick folds
right
around
now,
with blinds, yeah.
So what Ken does, he is going to call
Ken defends the big.
with Jack Deuce,
So they're going heads up to the flop.
6-7 King.
Yeah, monster flop for Hunter. Flops open-ended, straight, and then also flush draw. So he continues. Ken folds. Hunter takes it down.
Oh yeah. niche.
I like it.
Niche environment.
Exactly. It's very much a niche business. That's a good
More often than not, that's what you're on.
We're going to have an under the gun straddle here.
That's what we need to try to be. We're not. I'm not where I want to be yet. You know what I mean? But like,
Straddle's under the gun as opposed to the button in his hand. We've seen a fair amount of button straddles.
So you're a pretty new company?
Folds over to Gary. He's going to raise it up. Makes it 50 to go with queen deuce suited. Folds around to the straddle. JT, he does call. So these two are going heads up to the flop.
Deuce, queen, 4. Well, Gary is flopping 2 pair.
Yep. He reaches for chips and JT snap folds. So Gary's going to take it down. Just another spot where folds to a guy in late position. He has anything reasonable, he's going to open it up.
Tacos, the game is now a 2-5 with the $25 big blind ante. Unfortunately, we didn't have enough people show up for the 5-10, but when we changed it to being a 2-5 with the $25 big blind ante, more people showed up for whatever reason, but they did. So we were able to still get a game going.
Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't.
Okay, but it's better to have them side by side.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shit up and just waving them around.
I think I personally like the big blind ante a little bit more. Definitely creates some more pre-flop action, similar like a tournament where folds you in a late position, you got to open and go for the steal. Yeah, it's almost mandatory.
There's nobody on the list? Oh, wow.
There's nobody on the list for 2-5.
We had the under the gun straddle here. Gary's going to limp in, first to act with pocket deuces. We got another caller. Ken with ace 4. Now JT raises it up to 55. The mystery hand.
Yep.
And everybody looks like everybody's going to call.
Yep, everyone's going to come along for the ride here. So we got 4 players to the flop. Four-way flop in for 50 apiece. 200 in the middle. 6-10. Excuse me, 6-10 jack flop.
Yeah, top pair for HK. He's going to lead into the field. JT was the pre-flop raiser and checked it over. But JT does call after it folds over to him, so it was a half pot size by HK.
7 on the turn.
Goes check, check immediately.
I got a 10.
Imagine the 10-9 is going to take it down.
Yep, it does.
Yep, JT mucks it.
Now HK, yeah, he's after giving away a few pots earlier, now doing very well, and we'll show stats in a little bit, but after getting stuck a little bit, he's up quite a bit now.
Say both Tacos and Jason said they really enjoy the 2-5-25. Good to hear it.
Yeah. It is a game that is live stream specific. Like, this is not a game that we run in the room per se, but on our live stream we do run it a few times, and the times we have ran it, players have had a good time with it.
It's probably more fun to stream a game that players don't necessarily get to play a lot, just because they're not as studied in the game or they haven't played each other in it before, and just kind of everybody is in there kind of mixing it up, figuring it out. A lot more fun.
All right, so the flop ace 7-8.
And around we go.
Everybody quickly checks around.
Yeah, king high in the lead.
Check, and around we go.
King high still in the lead. Now kings are for sure taking it down.
We got king.
King good.
Good.
So JT finally gets to drag a pot. Gets himself off the schneid a little bit. Even though it's not a big one, it's at least something.
You get to scoop chips.
Which it's a good feeling.
It's a better feeling than not. it's a much better feeling than pushing him to somebody else. We do get the table filled momentarily, guys, so hang tight with us. We're going to be seven-handed for a little bit, but we did get a player to come in to fill, so we'll be back to a full table.
I only played Charles. Game broke at midnight. And then I went to OK and played all night, but like, it's just it's so stupid. It's like, you don't,
$30 from the 9.
JT opens for 30. He does have ace-10 offsuit. HK is going to call the small blind with queen-jack off. Gary defends with the 6 deuce, and Ken comes along with jack-9.
These guys too, the workers. Yeah, I mean.
So going to be 4 ways to the flop.
9 deuce 5 flop, so Gary does catch a deuce. Ken with a 9.
Yeah, top pair for Ken, checks over to him.
Some backdoor flush draws with the clubs out there as well.
He's going to lead into the field for pot size bet, 150. And everybody lays it down. Nobody had much worth defending. Nobody had a straight draw. Nobody had a flush draw. So Ken takes it down with top pair.
Wait.
Works for me.
Yeah, we were just actually talking about that a little bit ago, Trace Tacos. Yeah, Duo, who won the giveaway from Tacos yesterday, apparently relayed the message to Trace Tacos to just take those earnings and give it to the dealers. So Trey and Jacob got a little bit extra there. Pretty good, cool move there from Duo. I know Mr. Bill's another one that does that as well. 4 ace 9 flop, so ace for HK.
Pair for everybody.
Yep.
65.
This was a limped pot on the button straddle. So hard to put the button straddler on an ace when it limps to them and they don't raise it up, especially a guy like HK. So that's why we can easily see Gary kind of keep calling down with second pair here.
8 on the turn. Now there's a double flush draw out there on the board.
And no straight draws came in, but the board's getting wetter with the flush draws, diamonds and spades. Gary's definitely going to call here.
7 on the river.
Brings the front door flush draw in and a couple of backdoor straights.
Yeah.
Which does give HK2 pair though, so maybe he's going to bet for value. But
looks like it's just check, check. Yep. So 2 pair for HK.
yeah, with all the draws coming in, HK assumes he can't really get called by much unless he's beat.
Yeah.
Just goes for the check back, even though he improved on the river there.
Because as you just mentioned, I mean, it did complete a straight as well, so Jack 10 potentially.
Especially when the front door flush comes in.
Yeah.
You know, so Gary's going to have a lot of hands that include the diamonds. Especially if Gary limped in, he's not going to have a lot of aces. He didn't show aggression on any street on an ace-high board. More likely he has the draw than a pair of aces that HK could get value out of. Looks like Don opens it up for 50 here with Trey deuce suited. Gary's going to 3-bet with ace-king off the button, makes it 175.
Don is like Gary. So he said, man, Gary is sneaky like that.
Except Gary wasn't the sneaky one in this one.
No, he wasn't. But he's been known to make plays like that.
Just can't play deuce 4 as well as
9's moving to 4.
Sometimes.
All right, so it looks like JT is going to change seats. Probably figuring a seat change will maybe help his cause a little more.
Sure want to go there?
So he's getting position on some of the more aggressive players at the table.
Yeah. And for him being a little bit stuck, hopefully it's a move that works out for him. Ace Queen for Don is going to open it up to 50.
Gary puts in the call at the 4 deuce. They were just joking about playing 4 deuce, and Gary wakes up with it. So
4 deuce suited.
got to put in the call with the LOL equity.
Yep. So we got 3 players at a flop here. Suited hands for everybody.
Yep. Ken came along out of the blinds with Queen 6 suited. So get checked around.
Pair of 5s and a 10. Now, unfortunately,
Ken actually has the best hand with the Queen 6 and bets out. Reading the opponents for nothing after they all checked flop.
Don is going to bet 100 here.
No, Ken led the 100.
Yeah, okay, got it now.
So Don does call the overcards and a strong ace high.
All right, well, that's exposed, guys, but that's not the top one. Stuck together. That's the actual card. That's just
Ace
exposed.
of hearts.
Oh, wow, the
Don
ace
gets
does.
there. Ken's going to bet at it.
Let's go 135 from the
So pretty small value bet. Don's assumingly going to call. Can't imagine he's going to raise.
call. Flip show.
Ken could have the 5s out of the blind, so Don does call, take it down.
I felt that right when I did it. I'm like, why does this feel so? But good. This one.
Of course, Jacob, one of our Bella dealers in the room, knows what he's doing typically.
You know, sometimes they stick. It happens.
Yep.
Looking like my 2-seat is missing.
We'll show the 1 hour stats after the dealer change, guys. Again, appreciate y'all hanging out with us for this 2-5 deep stack game with the $25 big blind Ante in play. We were scheduled to try to bring you a 5-10 game, but unfortunately that was not the case, but we were still able to get a game together here on the live stream. So I say, always have a backup plan.
This hand, JT opened it up to 30, and Ken called. Going heads up to flop. It was a non-straddle pot.
King Queen off versus King 4 and 10 tray ace on this flop.
JT checks it over to Ken. Checks it back.
Around. Flip show.
There you go. Check, 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 check.
Yep, King Queen. We'll get it done for JT.
So another little pot for JT.
All right, guys, so go ahead and show stats after 1 hour here. If you're Don and HK, you're doing really well. HK up 1,700, scooped up 2 really good-sized pots. Don up a little bit, Hunter is up a little bit, Ken is up a bit as well. JT, unfortunately, right now the most stuck at the table. And then a quick look at the V pips, pretty active. 52% for Gary, that's about right. Ken as well. HK has mixed it up quite a bit. Don and Hunter right now, 20%. It's respectable. It's better than the her friend Daniel last night, who had a 14% VPIP after 5 hours. I was like, you were just missing a hot dog and a beer.
I mean, 5 hours. That's a few hands.
A few hands. But you did spend most of the night spectating. But even then, he finished up, so it ended up being a good night for him. So, hey, at the end of the day, if you're up, that's all that matters, right?
Definitely. I know when I was talking to Big Tex after they played the PLO game, he felt like he couldn't get anything going, and he only played like 2-3 meaningful hands. So sometimes it just happens, even if you want to get in the mix.
Yeah. Big Tex
Speaking of getting in the mix, we got Gary 3-betting with 4 deuce offsuit.
versus 6-4. King 6 Jack flop, so 10 does catch a 6.
All spades. So Gary checks it over to Ken. Ken's going to bet at it. That's 150, and he's going to take it down.
All right, so I see we do have a new player at the table. Find out who this is in just a second.
Good name. Good name.
We got a lot of mics in the room. I think that's our, because we got 2 mics on the table actually now. And a mic in the commentary box.
Oh yeah, all the mics.
I mean, it is the most popular name.
It's a good one. All right, speaking of Michael, he's going to open under the gun here.
Top 40 total. Oh, I'm sorry.
Ken calls the 40.
Yep, so the raise the 40 from
Hunter
Michael.
3 bets.
Pocket Kings,
Yep.
25.
Pretty strong action so far when you see under the gun, open, under gun plus 1 call, then Hunter puts in the immediate 3 bet. But Michael does call. And now Ken thinking it over.
Looks like he is going to come along, potentially.
I think he's just getting a count of his stack there.
Yeah, now he decides to fold it.
Yep.
He's pump faking.
Just seeing what, given the price, how much it leaves him behind, whether it's worth it.
Ooh, ace on the flop, queen, tray. Michael does improve with catching a queen there. And he does have the backdoor to diamonds.
I imagine we're going to see a small bet here from Hunter. Does bet 125.
Michael is going to go ahead and call. And that is another face card. A jack.
It looked like a jack, so
now Michael has 2 pair, queens and jacks.
So with a card that ugly for Hunter, I think he just has to check it back.
Yep.
If it was a brick card, maybe he could bet again, but board got really, really bad for his hand.
So 250 to bet here, a little under a third of the pot.
Right around 1/3, so Hunter getting 4-1 makes it really tempting to put in the call. But he does lay it down. Not a lot of hands you can beat. I mean, really, you'd be maybe trying to call against a king-queen type hand who makes a blocker bet, but you're blocking king-queen with 2 kings in there, so. Snuffs it out, lays it down. Unfortunate for the kings. Good for the queen-jack.
Is it 49? More than that, should be another quarter into it, right?
Oh, we're going to get another quarter from the big one.
So it looks like HK is back to the table. He's posting to come right back in.
Ken with aces again.
Under the gun almost again too. That's what it was last time when he was first act. So he's gonna do the same thing. He's gonna put in the limp.
Just gonna limp. Disguise that hand.
Hunter's gonna limp as well with ace-8. So HK with pocket trays. See whether he decides to raise it up with them. And he does.
Exactly what he's gonna do.
Raise to 60.
Yeah, makes it 60 to go with pocket 3s.
Gary is gonna
Call from the button with jack-8.
Yep.
And just now it's a question of size for Ken.
Yeah, he's announced raise. He's on 3-bet it.
Yeah, it's a matter of what size he goes with. He's got a pretty interesting sack size.
160 total.
Goes small.
7,
It's a good 3-bet size there, trying to draw these guys in.
Like HK is going to call.
Yep. Might price Gary in.
And Gary is going to call as well, yep.
And that lines up Ken to have about a pot-sized shove behind, so he can just kind of rip most flops.
King 7-9 flop. So Gary
That'd be a
has
good
himself
flop.
a straight draw.
and they check around. Ken trying to get somebody with a king to bet at it, but nobody does.
225 is the best.
He goes 225. He's trying to reel him in. Doesn't put anybody on anything huge, especially after checks are on the flop.
So HK does fold his trays.
Gary debating on whether he wants to chase the gut shot. Kind of hard when the player's having a lot of chips behind. So when you get there, you don't win a lot more.
Yeah, but he is going to fold, so Ken chose aces again.
Nice hand, man.
Yeah?
I had a piece of it. I thought you might have it.
They're like, no. You had it another time. That's your second time, Ken. Come on now.
You gotta ask for Alan.
They were gone? You had the other two?
He was going to call just for a job.
Yeah. I hear you.
He wants to do that.
So the button straddle is on this hand. JT puts it on. So action will start on Michael out of the small blind.
Trail on the button, guys. Full 6.
Michael does lay it down. Action to Ken in the big blind.
The 7 deuce.
7 deuce suited.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And he's going to call. So now Hunter with aces.
Oh, man, aces are being passed around.
He's definitely going to open it up. Makes it 75.
Rolling in the wall.
Don King 10 suited will call.
Yep.
HK King 6 suited. Yeah, that's a good enough hand he'll play.
Imagine he's going to come along. And now it's on Gary. He's going to call as well. JT has got to lay it down. So 5 ways to this flop.
Check in the dark.
It'll be 400 in the middle. Flop is Jack 6-4 Rainbow. Even though it's multi-way, which is usually pretty scary, it's a pretty safe board for Hunter. Not often you see a pretty safe board 5 ways when you got aces.
100 indeed.
So he bets 100. So Don's going to fold. HK is definitely going to call. He's got middle pair. Gary does have bottom pair with 7-4. He's going to call as well.
And then Ken will get out of there.
Yep. So all 3 players with a pair. Hunter's is just a little bit better.
10 on the turn.
And that doesn't bring in a lot. I mean, Jack 10 improves, but other than that, not a lot of hands do. So we're going to see Hunter continue again. Looks like he's continuing small.
225.
Yeah, 225, 2 Q.
Just really trying to get max value out of 1 pair type hands.
HK's out of there.
Gary puts in the call.
That's all, guys.
River Queen of Clubs. Nah, it's a little bit scarier of a card. The Queen Jacks got there. Not a lot else, though. I mean, nobody really could have flopped something with like 8-9. So now the question for Hunter is bet for value or turn your hand into a bluff catcher. So he's going to bet for value.
400.
Yeah, so a third of the pot, basically.
Yeah, and his bet sizing followed. It was pretty continuous. Going 100, 200, 400, just kind of keeping it relative to the size of the pot, the way the board ran out. Hunter takes it down after Gary folds.
I'm either psyching myself out or putting him on a hand that he shouldn't have, and he's getting there. Playing stupid.
I didn't know there was any other way to play.
Stupid?
Yeah.
Well,
So that's all I could do. Fucking 10 times.
yeah, we could have had 10s.
I had a 10, so just saying.
He had 10.
Probably didn't have 10.
Sometimes the table talk's funny. All right, Mike, who's our new player, hasn't had a hand to play yet. Still kind of getting the feel for things. Oh, ace king for Gary.
So Gary's racking up to play the last couple hands and wakes up with a monster.
I have a feeling if things work out for Gary, he may change his mind. I'm just saying.
JT called with the suited connectors 8-9, which does flop top pair.
Does have a gut shot as well.
Yeah, Gary C-bet and JT called. Gary did size down on that flop. And turn brings the straight for JT. He's praying somebody bets in front of him, but nobody does. So he bets 125, about a third pot, trying to get something out of these guys. Ken did improve to a gut shot to the straight with his 10. But he lets it go. And Gary was just talking about playing stupid, so maybe he will. But not likely. I don't know if he's going to get too frisky on that kind of a board.
Right, yeah, Ken's already folded, by the way. He's already gotten out. Just waiting for the action tracker to catch up.
I can vote up. What do you think?
Always up. Got 10 out.
Less than 10 outs to vote up. We have the hand. Good hand, sir. Monster.
He's got the monster.
Down.
Good.
Gary hasn't left quite yet.
It's never really easy to leave.
Right.
Played the game of just one more hand for a few hours before.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
We've all been there.
It's the same thing with gamers, where we say just one more game and then 5 hours later. Definitely a thing.
We got the button straddle on. Ken puts it on. So action will start on Hunter out of the small. He lays it down. Over to Mike. He's got ace tray. And he puts in the call. So action on HK. He's also got ace tray, but he doesn't put in the call. He puts in the raise.
Yeah, bumps up that 8.
Trying to
65.
maybe trying to isolate the limper, but Gary calls right behind. Now actions on JT. He's going to call as well. Ken puts in the call, and Mike comes along as well. So we're going 5 ways to the flop. All 5 in for 65 apiece.
5 of you.
All right, the best bet heads up. 5 players at a flop. 4 jack deuce.
Yep, top for Ken. And he's blocking the ace high flush draw. Both ace trays have the gut shot. So really good spot for Ken. HK, we would imagine, is going to continuation bets as the pre-flop raiser, and a hand that his hand has a wheel draw.
Is going to bet 140.
Yep. Gary thinking it over. He looks like he thinks HK is full of it.
He is going to go ahead and fold.
Yep, JT lays it down as well. And now Ken's just going to smooth call. Spot where kind of both options are on the table, call or raise.
So we're heads up now with HK and Ken.
Yep, and Ken gets to continue in position here.
Heads up, guys.
So, imagine from his perspective, he's hoping HK just keeps on firing.
6 on the turn, and that's exactly what HK is going to do.
It's a pretty bricky turn, which,
250.
if you're Ken, you're loving the spot.
Yep. Bet a 250 from HK. A 6 didn't really change much of anything. Still, HK needs to hit a 5.
Yeah, it's
complete a straight.
really good spot to just call, I would think. Then again, with the stack size, he could shove.
He is going all in.
Forgot how short Ken was.
Yep.
I don't think he hit it straight.
It's not a tournament. What is it? Oh, okay. Sorry. 718 total.
718.
15.
We're not playing the ones?
So yeah, 700 over 250, pretty easy shove. I was for some reason I was blanking on the fact Ken was that short, thinking they were a little bit deeper. I think if they're deeper, it's a really good, just smooth call.
Gotcha. So the all-in's actually for 715 is what the all-in's for.
I know what you're holding. You don't know what I'm holding.
Whoa. Damn. Yeah. Yeah.
If you want to break it down for you, I can break it down for you. You don't have a straight, you don't have a
Don's,
square.
Don's facial reactions are killing me.
Yeah, I hope they don't move this camera. I just want to keep watching.
You beat me if you don't.
So what?
If you beat me, you got me, got me.
No, I'm on.
Push on the king jack or queen jack.
Nice hand.
Ken was getting a little feisty up there. I kind of like it.
There ain't no bluff.
Nice hand.
He shows the best hand. He said he was putting HK on a queen jack, king jack type hand, so that's why he shoves.
Yeah, he covered the options.
Yeah, it's usually that way. When I play, it's usually you have me or you don't.
King jack, queen jack.
Well, Gary on rack, so I guess Gary's staying.
Nice hand.
Where's the button?
Welcome back, Gary.
Yeah, right.
Where's he going? Nowhere. Looks like we got a non-straddle this hand. Straddle not live. So action will start on HK.
Ace 10 offsuit.
Now, unfortunately for him, Ken might know what he's holding.
If the last hand was any indication of that.
But HK limps in, Gary comes along, JT comes along, and now Michael's going to raise it up with King 6 suited. Makes it 55 to go. Blinds get out of the way, and it's back to HK. Now that he calls, it might open the door for everybody else to come along.
Yep, Gary's going to be in there.
Oh,
JT's going to be in there.
Definitely pricing JT in.
Yeah.
So, 4 ways to the flop.
Four of it.
Almost a best bet flop. Best bet heads up. Trey King 9. So Michael catches a king as well as Gary. Gary has him out kicked.
Michael was the pre-flop raiser, so when it checks to him, he continues. He bets 150. Gary is definitely going to call, which he does. Pretty snap call. So it's just going to be those two heads up to the turn.
Yeah, HK and JT are both out of the hand. So
Heads up, guys.
Yeah, both players with top pair. Neither one feeling great about their kicker.
we have a jack on the turn.
Jack of diamonds brings the front door flush. So it does go check, check. Neither player loves that card.
Yeah, let's wait for the action tracker to get caught up with the rest of it. Gary is going to check it back. We are at the river. Does check
the river
back.
is a brick tray, board pairing tray, I should say.
Yep.
So goes check, check. They're going to chop it up.
Chop pot.
Yeah, the way the board ran out, neither player wanted to really take the lead. Happy to take their top pair, no kicker to showdown.
Calling with King 8.
It's the best hand I had.
It's almost suited. You got him out kick. 2 flush draw, 3 saves.
One is good.
True.
Also, guys, just a reminder, this coming Thursday, June 1st, the Best Bet Live meetup game that's going to be taking place over at St. Augustine. 1-3 no limit hold'em, 1-2 PLO. Cards will be in the air at 2 p.m. Kind of the kickoff to the Summer Swing Series, because that night will be flight 1 of event number 1 of our $300 buy-in, 100K guaranteed tournament that's going to be taking place at St. Augustine. It's going to be a lot of fun. We did this a couple months ago, and it was quite the turnout for everyone that came through, played at St. Aug. got the tournament action going as well. This will be a lot of fun.
Imagine it's going to be a pretty good day. Walked by the dealer's break room in Orange Park earlier, and they were talking about how they want to go down and play the meetup game, then immediately jump into that first flight on Thursday. So there'll be a lot of bad players there based on what I heard.
Exactly. In other words, lots of free money. As always, guys, you can check out our website, bestbetjacks.com, for all the details as far as promotions, tournaments, live stream schedule, and also get to see how many active tables are at each room, too, so you kind of know what you're getting yourself into. All on the website, bestbetjacks.com.
But definitely check out the Swing Series stuff if you're interested in tournaments. There's a lot of satellites going on for each event, at each room.
It's a cool concept because getting each room involved and like getting basically every room a piece of the tournament action. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, like it's not something that you see at a lot of places. There's not a lot of opportunities for any rooms to do something like this. So
yeah.
Obviously each event on its own is pretty good, but then just tying in the uniqueness is going to be fun to see.
And it's also going to be a ladder system too, so like based on how many events you play in the Summer Swing Series, you can lock up a seat yourself, so you can potentially free roll into one of those guaranteed tournaments as well.
Yeah, imagine the chip leaders from the multi-days early on each get free entry into the subsequent event.
Yeah, imagine satelliting in to event 1, you become a chip leader, rolls you into the 50K guarantee at OP, you chip lead that, and you can possibly end up your way into the main event. It's a pretty unique structure, pretty fun. Definitely going to look forward to it for sure.
This hand's going to be pretty fun, it looks like, too.
Yeah.
It was a pre-flop raise to 50, and they go 4 ways. Flops 8, 6, 5 with 2 diamonds. HK leads with top pair and gut shot. JT has a pair and bottom draw. He lays it down, but Don's got the nut flush draw with the ace king.
Yeah, he's not going anywhere.
Definitely not. It was just a matter of whether he wants to raise there or not.
Now Jack on the turn.
And HK probably going to continue betting here. Just a matter of whether he goes about half pot. Goes a little bit smaller, goes 155. So he gets to keep naming his price with his hand. Jack's not the best card for him. Now what does Don think about that?
Looks like he's just going to call.
Call. Yeah, I mean, HK could have a lot of the suited connector type hands that smash that board.
And Jack on the river, HK is going to get the check mark here.
But does open the door for Don to scare him off. Hard for HK to have a lot of jacks. See if he wants to do it. HK does bet 230, another small size again. So the question for Don is that a blocker bet or a value bet? If it's a blocker bet, I can raise big. If it's a value bet, I need to fold. It's definitely not a bluff. Almost certainly not a bluff anyway, so not a spot where Don can really bluff catch and put in the call with ace high. He's really thinking about it.
That bet's begging for a call.
So looks like Don's reading it for value.
What's that?
That's not good direction.
Anybody else?
Yeah, looks like Don's gonna lay it down. He reads it as a value bet.
Anybody else? Maybe, yeah.
So nice little pot for HK there. Strawman says, change the mug to Blackhawk, Colorado. I'll be there. If we get to open a room in Blackhawk, Colorado, we'll probably schedule one.
Yeah. It's a little bit of a trek, though.
It'd be a fun commute.
I don't know.
But we'd find a way to make it work.
I mean, have you ever drove in Colorado, drove up those mountains?
I'm afraid to go visit Colorado because based on what I've heard, I just wouldn't make it back.
Yeah. I mean, it's a beautiful state, don't get me wrong, but driving in those mountains, literally every sign you'll see, beware of rocks and boulders falling. I'm like, oh, okay, fun.
I had 8 hearts. So I had top pair.
Looks like we're gonna have a limp pot here. It was a straddle on the button from HK. Nobody raises it up. A couple of limpers over to him.
Oh, I thought you said something totally different, and I was like,
And he
wait.
checks it, so it's him, Gary, and Ken, 3 ways of the flop.
Can all three of you guys do your cards on the diamond real quick? Yeah, all three of you. Just do the cards on the diamond. Make sure we got them scanned in.
So 60 in the middle. Let's see what the flop brings.
Three of them. Second and three.
Deuce 4-8.
Yeah, top pair for Gary and middle pair for Ken.
And bottom pair for HK.
And because Gary checks it, Ken bets with the middle pair, and HK is going to call. So obviously Gary calling with top pair as well.
7 on the turn. Interesting turn card because that does give Ken a straight flush draw.
Yep, and he was the aggressor on the flop. Now he sizes down a little bit. Makes it, just keeps it at 50 to go. HK thinking it over. Wonder if he's got some nefarious plans. He thinks better of it and lets it go.
That was the nefarious plan.
But now Gary's going to put in the raise.
Look at all those outs for Ken.
He's got a few.
Got a few.
But yeah, Gary putting in the small check raise for value with his top pair.
Oh no, the ace does come on the river, and it's also the ace of spades. So Ken's gonna
definitely win this hand.
Yep.
Gary bets for value, targeting the non-flush type hands with a 4. But
lies and you go to hell, is that what you feel?
No, not at all. It's just it's a personal. It's a personal. Wow, look at that.
wow. Yep.
yeah, Ken puts in the call, takes it down with the flush.
Wow. Ken again.
I can't tell you during the session.
Remember, Ken minbot,
Or the next session.
and he's already 4x'd his buy-in.
He's spinning it up.
And every single time.
That's not too shabby.
They don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
They don't. They care right then.
Right then, that's it.
2 hands later, they forgot all the
Oh,
I've had,
they
I've
forgot
had
that?
it happen one time to me. The next session, the guy comes up the following weekend.
All right, so deal of change here. About an hour and a half into the live stream, got Jacob hopping back in the box. I know for us, it's going to be very busy for the next 5 months for us because we got the swing series that's starting up during the month of July, Christmas in July, which I'm sure Orange Park and St. Aug will be involved in that somehow.
Yeah, we'll have the final 3 days are going to be shared. And actually, before that in July, I almost forgot about it, was the Harley giveaway at St. Augustine.
Right, yep.
It's the weekend before the Christmas in July starts.
Yep, so that's an ongoing thing as well. So we got that. Then Card Player Poker Tour in the summer of August, and then blink before you know it, WPT's back in town here at Best Bet Jacks.
And there's going to be obviously tons and tons of satellites for the WPT, all sorts of, you're talking about the different step things.
Yeah.
A lot of step type satellites for the WPT. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to it. It'll be my first time experience in WPT here.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I'll be excited to see how that's going to work out with everything.
Oh, it's going to be great. Imagine what we do with our normal series, but add in the allure of the WPT, you know? Just brings a lot more big names, big games, bigger prize pools.
Yeah, I want to say, like, I can't really announce too many things yet, but I've seen some of the things that's in the work, especially for live stream. It's going to be a good time.
Oh, I would imagine it's going to be great. Like, very, very great. I mean, just based on previous years and then what the WPT is kind of leaned into a little bit more, like signing Andrew Nemi and Brad Owen and those guys. Especially for like the live stream side of things, they're embracing it a little bit more and more. It's going to be great. Yeah, I don't think the events are completely finalized yet, but I know they're hammering all that stuff out.
Yeah.
It's going to be a lot of fun. We had Mike open to 75, under the gun +1. Gary's calling with deuces, and that priced Ken and Hunter to come in as well.
And Hunter does catch an ace on the flop here.
Yeah, he's got to play the hand out of position. Somebody could have made it difficult.
And Gary's going to bump it up to 300.
And Gary, Interesting here as he was a pre-flop caller, but when it checks to him, he just goes for it.
And he does, and it works out.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's a little bit nervous on that kind of a flop. A lot of times you're going to see Mike continuation bet, and because he doesn't, just open the door for Gary. Hunter is the only player with an ace, but he's got players behind him. Makes it tough to call with a weaker ace.
And Mike as well also had a draw to Broadway, could have tried to hit a jack, but Gary just made it too pricey.
Yeah, he went with a pot-sized lead, just hoping to take it down, and it worked out. And it looks like we got an under-the-gun straddle this hand for 10.
Never heard of it. Really? Where is...
It's near Orlando, just outside of Orlando. And it looks like you're driving into a strip mall.
All right, HK is going to open it up here. Makes it 80 to go with the queen jack offsuit. Gary with the call. He's got king at 7 offsuit.
I think Gary's almost at the point where he's just going to play any 2 cards.
Especially in position against a guy like HK.
Yep.
You know he's not exactly raising tight. So,
right.
Just them two heads up to the flop of queen jack tray. So top 2 for HK.
Yeah, very strong flop for HK.
He's going to continue, and imagine Gary's probably just going to fold, but he might decide to peel.
Never mind, he's going to keep it going.
He's got the king blocker.
Yep.
Hoping to turn some equity, which he doesn't.
Nope, instead now it's jacks full of queens for HK. He does boat up.
HK is going to continue betting pretty small.
What else is
Try to eke out any value.
Everybody's entitled to their opinion. I like it there a lot. The action's there every time I go there. It's really good. I heard PLO's pretty good too, but he would.
Gary's going to be thinking it over.
Is the PLO pretty good though? No. I thought you asked me. I've never been there.
He's asking me about where the action is. Right now, I don't know. You gotta, if you're not playing house games, you're not winning. That's it.
So crabby today. Texas card.
Gary really trying to figure out what HK could have.
Best bet Jacksonville.
Can't decide whether he wants to bluff at it or let it go. There it is. Gary is going to go for the bluff. Bad timing for him.
Yeah.
But HK has shown weakness as his hand progressed, betting small, betting small. It's a spot where Gary could have a jack a lot of the times. Fortunately for him, A, he doesn't, and B, HK does.
I already know. Any Braves game.
HK does just call.
Yeah, that's fine.
This pot's getting bloated up. Gary has about a pot-sized shove behind.
Now that does complete spades or a flush.
So that's HK shoves.
Gary
Hoping Gary does have spades, I think.
Right, and then that does force Gary to fold.
It's been interesting to see if it was a non-spade river, if HK checked it over.
My mistake.
Praying Gary was bluffing.
Do that again.
Gary's, according to Gary, he's making quite a lot of mistakes. But I mean, this is the way Gary plays. He likes to mix it up. He's very much a wild card at the table.
Well, we just saw it work the last hand with the pocket deuces, a spot where not a lot of people would bluff there, and he took advantage of the weakness. Tried to continue doing the same thing on this hand.
Yep.
HK's bets were small, looked a little weak, which
Yeah, and I was calling.
Gary tried to take advantage of.
To see if they were, because it's only an hour away from Tampa.
I've seen Nate at that, but they fucking know about it.
I'm just saying, like, I was like, wow, I would have loved to have gotten
We see Gary limp in. It is a straddle this hand.
It's called Orange City.
Orange City Card Room, you can look it up.
Looks like everybody's going to limp along over to the straddler who checks.
Alright, we got 5 y'all.
So 5 ways to the flop for 10 apiece.
Deuce, 6, 10, all hearts.
Flop it's all Ken.
Yeah, it's just outside of Orlando. It's like
I don't think anybody's going to really call a big bet. He does go a little bit small. So it gets Gary to come in with his 8 of hearts.
Deuce diamonds on the turn. Does pair the board.
Yeah, doesn't really give any added equity to Gary. Need to turn some sort of straight draw, probably to continue on. Again, with top pair, top kicker with enough flush draw, pretty good flop.
My wife, I like to play here. My wife likes here. She don't.
Yep.
All right, under the gun straddle, allegedly always from HK. Looks like Gary put in the blind raise. It makes it 25 to go.
30 to go.
30, my apologies.
$30 blind raise from Gary.
JT just limps with jacks. I think he's going for the trap.
And Gary
He only
again,
has 1,100 behind, so
Gary again does have a mystery hand with the blind raise.
if somebody tries to steal it with a big size like 200, it's real easy for JT to just limp jam.
Don has queen jack.
So yeah, like for Don, if he's going to raise here, he's got to go for a pretty size about 180. I think that's what JT was hoping for, somebody raising a pretty large bet.
Gary does call.
He might still be blind, we don't know.
Yeah. I think he is, actually. I think he still is blind.
JT just calls again. Thought he might shove it there.
So we're 3 ways to the flop here. King 8-4 flop.
Ugly spot for Don, both players calling behind, and a king high flop comes out. So he checks, and Gary immediately rips.
And JT will fold his jack, so get out of there. And Gary plays it blind.
Thought I did.
Play that so bad.
JT's kicking himself.
Yeah. Gary doing Gary things, and it works out.
HK, you're gonna be my big blind and Annie when you get a moment.
So under the gun straddle, Gary puts it on. Action will start on JT, he lets it go.
Call. 10 to go.
2 players with ace-10 suited, both in there. Or ace-deuce suited, sorry. Ace-deuce. One with diamonds, one with clubs. But everybody just limps so far. Until it gets to HK.
Yeah, Vinny is going to fire out a bet. It's 60. Unfortunately, we can't see because of Mike's head. But it is 60 that HK does put in. Gary's going to call.
And with Gary calling, I would imagine both other players are going to call. They're getting priced in more, and they're incrementally in position. And Mike gets to close the action with ace-deuce. So 4 ways for 60 apiece.
Deuce 6 jack flop. So HK does catch a 6. Ken with a deuce as well as Mike.
Yeah, looks like HK is going to just continue leading. That's nearly pot size into the field. Neither player with even a backdoor flush draw. So I think 220 with how big it is might take it down. And it does. Neither player with ace-deuce wants to defend there for that price. Another pot for HK.
So far been a pretty decent game though. Even though we had called the audible and run a 2-5 with a $25 big blind Annie.
Yeah, I think there's definitely been a lot of pre-flop action in this game.
No action. You got your spot.
Well, not Willifred.
Willifred. Sorry, I'm locked up.
I was trying to remember who that was. He's been on our live stream before, and he's been a pretty action entertaining player. Unfortunately, his name escapes me.
35 from 6.
And Michael opening it up, the ace of jack.
Michael's been a little quiet. Now he's getting involved with ace jack.
It's around to Don. He puts in the call. He's got ace 10 suited.
Now HK with 7-6 offsuit.
Spot where Don could have 3-bet a good portion of the time, but like you said, Michael's been a little bit on the quieter side, so maybe Don doesn't want to 3-bet too light.
And then here's Gary in there with king, deuce, JT in as well. Oh, wow, 6 players at a flop. That's a lot of players. Four tray,
Wow.
5. How about HK flopping the straight?
Gary's open-ended, JT only 9 high. But
Oh, and
Ken's got a gut shot, and Don's got nut flush draw.
Yep.
So the HK immediately leads, and Gary is going to call. Pretty good spot, but for HK to lead like he did. I think a lot of times people default to checking to the pre-flop raiser, but the pre-flop raiser whiffs on a 5-4 tray board pretty hard. And because it's so multi-way, you can just lead and get some value from draws.
And there's the raise from Don with his nut flush draw.
And we've seen HK lead and bet with a lot of medium strength type hands, so it's again a good spot for Don to try to isolate, put the pressure on those sort of hands because they can't sustain the pressure, but fortunately for him, HK has the nuts. Plus with Gary calling in there, Don can put in a raise and maybe get HK out and keep Gary in.
And I think we just
just
heard
called.
Okay.
I thought.
I thought he.
Oh no, he did announce raise.
I
You're
thought
right.
he did announce raise. Yeah.
So he goes big.
It's a pretty big raise too, and Gary has already folded his king deuce, his wheel draw.
Now it's a tough spot because for HK, there's a lot of turn cards that kill your action or beat you. So I think that's why he's sizing up here, putting Don on a strong hand.
Don does call it.
Yep, 2 overs plus the nut flush draw. Plus, I mean, there is a chance that his wheel draw is good in his mind.
Look, it's a 3K pot. That started off as a hand 6 ways to the flop.
So maybe in Don's mind, the deuce is also live for him.
That's a little bit of a brick on the turn, and there's the all-in from HK.
Yep, Don's going to have to think it over.
Save your money, Don.
HK said, save your money.
Oh man, you bought the joint?
Save your money, Don. Can't see it on the stream later. Being nice.
So for Don, it's about, his effective stack's a little over 2K, so it's about 2 to win 5. There was about 3 in the middle when HK shoved. So,
And this would,
if he knows that his opponent has the nut straight and it's only the clubs that are live, he has to put in the fold. If he thinks any of his overcards or even possibly the wheel would give him a winner, pushes it closer to call. It's a matter of what hand does he think HK has.
and Don does let it go.
Yeah, hard for HK to do anything
It wasn't 6
light on that the way it plays out. It has to be a strong hand, so.
I had a straight draw plus draw, but it's a wheel draw.
Yep.
I didn't want clubs.
My combo draw, if it wasn't for the fact that obviously you have
I
the
don't want clubs, yeah.
As Don points out, there's a chance HK has a club in his hand in addition.
would have gambled with me for sure, otherwise.
Good fold by Don. Always sucks putting that much in on the flop and then having to lay it down on the turn.
Yeah, HK having a great day now. Over 7K in front of him.
Yeah, they used to get lucky sometimes.
Yeah, he wasn't afraid to mix it up early, which does help you get paid when you hit some monster hands and navigate a multi-way field.
Yep.
Like you said, that one was 6 ways to the flop. He flops the nuts and he's able to get max value out of it.
Yeah, well played. Strong play from HK.
Obviously, it's easy to win when you flop the nuts against a bunch of people.
Yeah.
But adding in just the fact that he was super active early, has been mixing it up, and then really he has been sizing to get max value a lot of times when he hit the made hands.
All right, so Gary's going to raise it up to 100 with Ace Jack. JT calls with King Jack. Pocket trays from Michael.
Looks like it's going to price Ken in there with 5-4. He gets to close the action, fully 90 more.
How much you really at?
Jack 10-9 flop, so Gary does catch a Jack.
So does JT. But
Yep.
and this feels like a spot where I think JT is going to frustratingly put in the call.
Yep, and Gary is going to rip it all in.
I think if JT makes the fold here, that'd be really good by him. It's tough when you're really stuck, and a guy like Gary just open shoves, and you probably regret not shoving the jacks previously. And
Yeah, a little bit of a tilt in play.
I got top pair and a gut shot. But he does make the discipline laydown. Very good fold.
Yeah, very good fold from JT.
I think a vast majority of players put in the call there. I mean, it's hard to fold top pair to Gary the way he's been kind of getting after it the last couple of orbits. You're stuck and frustrated and you flop pretty good hands. You want to put that call in. But took a deep breath, thought about it,
He was going to add something to this.
made the right play.
Hey, 25 right here, sir. Oh, 9 seat is not, or is on.
Figure Queen would call.
So under the gun straddle, Ken puts it on for 10.
Queen would have been my kicker. Probably would have called.
Gets around a Don. So that looks like King 6 suited. He's going to open it up. Makes it 50 to go. HK going to call. He's got 7-6. Gary puts in the call from the button. And now JT wakes up with ace queen. He does put in the 3-bet.
I know.
As him and Gary talk about the previous hand, and Gary says, good fold. How'd you fold King Jack? And that's the exact hand I think Gary was trying to get a call from. So now back to Ken. He was the straddler, and he's got ace deuce suited.
Saying I haven't.
Oh, just saying you're straight out. So yeah,
It looks like he's going to put in the call.
25 is the bet.
So yeah, this.
225.
Alright, now what?
John's coming in at 1,000. I believe in this one.
You gonna call, load?
I'm so sorry, guys. What's the bet?
225.
HK just realized it was his turn the whole time.
Thought you guys fucked up.
No, I wasn't doing that at all.
And Gary folds. So it's going to be Ken and JT heads up to the flop. And JT's stack is about 565. Pot 630, so SPR of 1 here.
Stop right there. But he identifies as.
Oh, poor JT. Flops ace-6 deuce. Pretty sure JT is going to shove. And obviously Ken's going to put in the call at 2-pair. Really ugly for JT there. You 3-bet, flop top pair with SPR of 1. It's a mandatory shove. That board bricks out, so ace deuce holds. JT is going to call it a day. Unfortunate sequence of events there for him. Nothing he could do in that last hand. King Jack, the hand previous, he played perfectly well as well. Just one of those days, unfortunately, for him. Duo Maxwell says, good morning. Not sure where you're from, but good morning. I'm in. 6 p.m. has been a morning for me in the past. Used to work the grave shift. So welcome aboard. Thanks for tuning in. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in, of course. Appreciate you guys joining us here. For anybody that hasn't heard, this is Best Bet Jacksonville.
go.
2-5 with a 25 ante game.
You got done at 8,000.
All right, HK puts in the 3-bet again. He is not afraid to mix it up when he thinks he can. So Don originally opened for 50 over the straddle. Don's been opening a little bit lighter and laying it down to 3-bets, just like in the last hand. So maybe HK picks up on that, goes for the 3-bet to 210. Previous hand, the 3-bet was 225, and Don did lay it down, so something similar in terms of dynamic. Gary's got 5-4 suited. He does not want to fold. He puts in the call. Folds it back around to Don. He does put in the laydown. So correct read by HK in terms of 3-bet sizing. And Don opening light. So we're going heads up to a flop. Ace, king, 4, all clubs. Scary spot for HK, but he does continue. Gary's going to put in the call with bottom pair.
Unbelievable. He's suited.
Jack on the turn isn't really going to change much. And Gary's going to rip it all in.
Yeah, I think he was just waiting for a window of opportunity.
Put the cards on the diamond.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're all good.
HK checked it over, and Gary felt a little bit of the weakness and decides to go for it. He was just waiting for HK to look weak at some point.
Yeah, Gary's been he's been pinpointing that quite a bit, and he's been able to run it back up a little bit, using his aggressiveness to his advantage right now.
Welcome to the chat, Big Tex.
Yeah, that's our guy, Big Tex.
I don't know if you heard, we were talking about you a little bit ago. Maybe that's why you tuned in.
Also, Duo, good to see you. And yeah, we got the word about what you did for our dealers, Jacob and Trey. So just want to say thanks, man. Appreciate that.
It's that Duo. Thanks,
Yep.
Duo.
Yeah.
Don with ace-9 of hearts. He's going to open it up to 50 for the third hand in a row.
Looks like Don was able to run it back up a little bit.
He actually didn't.
Oh, he topped back off.
He topped back off,
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
He's opened to 50 and folded the last two hands.
I got you. Okay.
Just, it's funny, it's just deja vu.
Gotcha.
This time he did not get 3-bets, so he didn't have to put in the pre-flop fold.
All right. Oh, wow. Uh-oh. Gary is starting to catch a little bit of fire here. Set of 10s on this flop.
It would have been such a good spot for Gary if anybody has a big hand.
Right.
Because, God, he's been looking bluffy. And
1, 1, 5.
But Don is going to go ahead and fire out with. What's Don? Oh, Don's got a gut shot.
yeah, Don's got a gut shot. He was the pre-flop aggressor as well. So continuation betting here with some equity. Backdoor hearts, gut shot straight.
Heads up.
5 on a turn. That's going to improve Don's outs quite a bit, as that's the 5 of hearts. So gut shot on top of a flush draw now.
Standard play gaining some equity here for Don would be to continue firing. And that's what he's going to do. It's a little scary when you're against a guy as sticky as Gary. You might not want to continue firing, but
Not much.
he does. Gary does shove with top set as the board gets very wet.
Got a new player in, taking JT's place.
So now Don again has to do some math.
You doing good?
How much to call versus how much is in there? How live am I?
Pouring down rain on the way. Really? Yeah.
Again, it really does depend on what he thinks Gary has.
There's 15 there.
So got some in your hand.
Jacob doing a little counting here to see what Gary has exactly.
1,020. 1020.
Tough spot for Don again. Math runs close.
1,020 is what Gary is
That's on top of the initial.
On top of what he's already thrown in, yeah. So
Yeah,
it's
Don bet
1,020 to
4.
call.
Don bet 4, and then Gary shoved, and they had the dealer pull the 400s in.
Yeah.
So tough spot for Don. If you think Gary only has a 1-pair type hand, you might be pricing the call. If you put him on his exact hand, you're probably going to fold. But it's not as clear like the HK hand for Don. And he puts in the call.
He is gonna call.
Gary could be shoving with a lot worse of a hand than a set.
And the queen of clubs on the river, and Gary, wow, just like that. And unfortunately for Don, he's going to have to top back off again.
Yeah, tough, really tough there for Don to lay it down exactly. I think Gary could have had a lot of Jack 10, King 10, Queen 10 type hands. If there's any chance Don's ace is live in addition to the hearts and 7, runs real close to having to put in the call. And we've seen Gary get a little frisky.
Yep.
I mean, honestly, Gary could have something like 6-7. You know, he could have had a pair plus open-ended.
But this is what's happened. Basically, summed up. I mean, HK and Gary, when they've been aggressive in spots, everything, they've been able to create their opportunities.
It's always nice when you make a hand after looking super active and super bluffy. Doesn't really work out that way all the time.
No.
But for both of them, in this case, it has. And when it does, you get paid because you don't look nearly as strong as you actually are.
Vincent, that's his name, Vincent. Yeah, he actually owns a like an art gallery in Savannah, Georgia.
Nice.
What's up?
Well, he took the seat of a different Georgia
They don't
guy.
use the 5 cents one.
Hopefully he has a little bit more fun.
You gotta be close to Gary, unfortunately.
Vincent trying to do his own thing. Unfortunately, can't do it that way, Vincent.
Are you guys sharing the trips? Yeah. Oh, good. I don't want him having it.
So we're going heads up to a flop. This was a non-shuttle pot that got opened 240.
Let's see, Mike open-ended.
Yeah, Mike was open-ended. He was the pre-flop raiser. So he's going with a delayed C-bet here. He does. Michael immediately folds. Little Mike on Michael violence. I don't like to see it.
What you're saying is,
Me personally,
you might have to stick together.
it makes me uncomfortable.
Understandable. All right, 2 hours down to the live stream. Let's go ahead and show stats as we are 2 hours in. And yeah, HK up quite a bit. Ken is up quite a bit as well. And remember, Ken min-bot, so he's doing very well. Gary has worked his way back up. Hunter up a little bit. Don, unfortunately, stuck quite a bit. Not looking good for Don's earnings giveaway. And look at those VPIPs. Gary, Ken, and HK have been the most active. Michael, Don, Mike, and Hunter have also picked their spots to mix it up. Vincent did just join the table. So that's why we don't have any stats for him quite yet. But it's been a pretty solid table so far for this, excuse me, $25 big blind ante.
I was going to say, waiting to leave for like 30 minutes.
We're going to leave here in a couple hands.
Sorry, a hiccup attack going right now. All right, 6 players at a flop here. Jack, 6, Jack, flop. So Ken flops trips.
25, 27. Fold around.
Looks like the action will fold around though. Ken's just going to take down this pot. No one else had anything else to go along with their hand. Also, again, guys, just a reminder, don't forget, on Thursday, Best Bet Live meetup game taking place down in St. Augustine.
Just tell me what to do. I'll do it. That's all I want.
You're gonna look at your hand, and then you're gonna decide whether to raise
I'm
or
new.
fold.
He wants you to get on your knees and bark like
I'm new.
I'm the same way.
What's your name, sir? Vincent. Vincent Harris. Pleased to meet you, sir. Pleased to meet you. Call me H. For HK, whatever you want. I don't know
Vincent
what
just
I'm
said,
doing.
you guys just tell me what you want to do. I'm good with whatever.
I can't tell by how much you talk.
It's always a welcome sight when somebody says, I'll play whatever you guys want to play.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. My relatives own a business in Savannah. Bradley Lock and Key.
Oh yeah, I know Bradley.
It's been there for like
Oh
100
yeah,
years.
more than that. I know Mr. Bradley very well. He passed away.
I believe, yeah.
Yeah.
I believe. Super nice.
Yeah, he was there for as long as
Forever
I've
and a
been
day.
in Savannah.
Yeah. They're great people.
He's been in a lot of movies and all that.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, now they do a bunch of stuff.
No, it's a key store. He makes keys.
It's one of the relatives that started that business. They have, I believe they have
All right, so Ken's got the mystery hand again. Meanwhile, suited clubs for Don and Michael.
Jack 9 and 6-5 for those two.
He passed. His son's a lawyer, and his grandson runs the business now. Is that good, Jake?
Michael with a 9, Don with a 6, and Ken mystery hand.
So spot where Don was the pre-flop opener, so he is going to continuation bet.
Let's have some fun and say Ken's got a flush draw with the hearts. Never mind.
I
Does
go
not.
with Ken had something like ace deuce,
Yeah,
or
something like that.
Jack 10. Something not so good on this board.
Not so
But
good.
Michael put in the raise over Don's continuation bet with his top pair.
Don's going to call it.
Heads up, guys.
Turn 4 gives Don open-ended.
Yep, does improve again.
Doesn't put an overcard on the board either for Michael. So both players kind of feeling a little bit better about their hand, maybe than they did if a scary card comes out. But it does go check, check.
And that looks like an 8? 7, excuse me.
So
7
it
on
was
river.
either 7 or 8. There's
Yeah.
a big difference between the two on this one.
Yep, it does, because it does complete non-straight.
So yeah, and it's a non-flush card, like not a heart or a spade. So
Don does bet 1,000.
Don goes for the over bet, trying to make it look a little bluffy since the turn went check, check. You can tell Michael kind of wants to think it is a bluff.
Yep, and he is going to let it go, yep.
It was a tough spot by checking back top pair on the turn, and nothing came in, no flushes, well, the straight obviously came in, but no flushes came in, especially the front door flush. Looks like Don could have hearts there a lot of the time. No overcards came. Looks like Don's got, high cards being the pre-flop raiser, but good fold by Michael nonetheless.
Probably want one of those.
I would love one of those. What's that?
One of the green chips.
It's like nobody straddled this hand. Maybe a nice normal 2-5, 25.
Let me go.
All right, King 5 in the muck for Vincent, who again just joined our table a little bit ago.
Couple of limps from Michael and Ken. Looks like Michael had Queen 10 suited.
Ken, King
5.
Gary has pocket 9s here. May try to open it up here.
The rarely seen limp to HK, and he doesn't open himself.
Right.
It's like he knew. Gary goes big. Just makes it 75.
Oh, okay, perfect. Yeah, I was looking for you.
Michael is going to call with his Queen 10 suited. The other guys get out of the way.
Ace and a pair of trays on this flop.
Sorry about
And
that.
one spade. Not a lot else going on for Michael. Till then.
Now spikes his queen on the turn.
And Gary bets. So no tough decision when you have the worst hand, and easy decision when you have the best hand. Always nice.
And king on the river. Michael will have the
Yeah,
check
so you go
mark.
check,
Yeah,
check.
let's go check, check.
Yeah, I mean, you're never betting the queen there, especially with the king coming as well.
That's good.
Always nice when your decisions are a little bit easy and you can drag the pot spot like that.
Don't say that too loud.
I'm not. You simply say it. There's people that don't do it well. And it's annoying.
All right, non-straddle again. And Ken's going to put in the raise. He's got Jack 10 offsuit, makes it 50 to go from running up +1. Hunter with King at Jack suited. Interesting to see if he 3-bets or just calls. Does 3-bet. A hand like King Jack can function a lot better as a 3-bet as opposed to a call to avoid multi-way. Plus he could play in position. The only thing that would be a little bit scary in that spot is that we've seen Ken limp a lot more than raise. So you'd probably be a little fearful that Ken might have a big hand.
Heads up, guys. Check in the dark.
Well, them two go heads up. And Ken blind checked it over to Hunter. So, interesting spot. Would imagine on this board, Hunter's going to continuation bet small.
125.
That's what he does, bets 125.
Yes, sir.
And that's going to get it done, take it down.
Takes about 30 minutes.
Ken's got to put in the fold at Jack 10, no back doors.
I don't go.
Maybe a backdoor straight, but nothing great. So Hunter takes down a pot with King High. That's one of those spots where the 3-betting the King Jack really helps out when a flop comes like 8-6-6. If he only called, maybe you get 2 or 3 callers behind. Now you're going multi-way and you can't really do anything about it.
2 hours, 145 miles. Wow. You are hauling butt.
No, it's not.
So Ken puts the straddle on. So it's going to be an under the gun straddle for 10. Big blind, almost forgot the ante. Not on purpose, obviously. All right, we got a limp from Mike. Now Don looks like he's going to raise it up with 6-4 suited. Makes it 75 to go from the cutoff. Looks like it folds back around to Mike, who puts in the call. So Don gets to play this hand in position, and he was the pre-flop opener.
So we are heads up. Deuce, King, Trey, flop.
Yep, good flop for Don to just put in a C-bet, which he does, about half pot. 100 to go, takes it down. He can have a king roll easily there. In reality, he's got a gut shot. Good continuation bot spot for Don.
It's easy to get stuck.
That's right. That's what he means. Oh, and I agree.
I haven't had anything on my 8 so far.
Huh?
Keep forgetting about my hand.
What up?
It looks like Theo was maybe looking to see if HK was around anywhere, so. But action continues on.
Under the gun straddle by Hunter this hand.
It is a straddle, fellas. There you go.
Going to be on Mike to start. 10-8 suited. He lets it go from under the gun.
75.
Don makes it 75 with ace-4 clubs.
3 call 4.
Welcome to the party, Vincent. He gets in there with the call.
7.
Ken comes along. So they're going to be 3 ways to the flop for 75 each. Flops King 9 deuce all diamonds. So top 2 for Ken, middle pair for Vincent. Don does just check rather than continue on that flop.
115.
Vincent's going to fire out 115 here.
Yeah, bets for value.
Meanwhile, Ken with his 2 pair.
No, just puts in the call.
Heads up, guys.
All right, heads up. Another diamond.
Action killing turn card.
Yep.
Can't imagine either player wants to turn their hand into a bluff.
And then we are chopping it up. Flush on the board.
I'll take and play the board.
Chop it up, guys.
Chopping on my money.
Good donation, sir.
Sorry, Don.
Good hand, sir.
What happened?
Money is good.
Man, how did I pull the flush there? I thought for sure you were sitting on the diamond.
So each player puts their opponent on the diamond. Duo asks, how are we doing in the booth? We're doing pretty good, I would say, Duo.
Yep.
Trial in the 9.
I don't know what I'm doing.
How you doing outside the booth?
I've been having a pretty solid $2-5, $25 big blind Ante game.
Oh yeah, definitely a good game.
Raise the 50.
Table's been very active, as they have to be in this format. Been very fun to watch,
7,
I would say.
8, and 9. Heads
All right, heads up with Gary and Vincent. This ought to be interesting. 4, 8, 9 flop.
check.
Yeah, 2 clubs, 1 heart. Vincent does have backdoor hearts, backdoor straight draws,
Now king for Vincent.
backdoor pair draw.
Yeah, right.
Apparently.
Vincent does call it. And that's Jack on the river, so Vincent's going to have the
Check,
hand
check.
here.
Yep. Gary kicking himself for not betting the flop.
I'm missing my 6 and 2. Well, looks like 6 might make it. Trial of the 1.
25. Duo says it's 25 degrees here in Wisconsin, so really warm right now compared to what we were used to. That sounds brutal.
Yeah.
Big one.
Don't envy you in that scenario. Maybe in others. I don't know.
Imagine being at 25 degrees and we're almost at June.
No, it's 12:53.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Let me go. Pull 3. It is going to be your action, Vincent.
I'm originally from Pennsylvania and moved down in the winter.
Yep.
So we moved down in like early February. I think we left, it was, getting ready to snow. And when I got here, it was like 70 degrees.
Raise the 50.
Immediately regretted not moving down sooner.
Yep. I mean, almost same for me. Originally from Ohio for me, but I moved down here my junior year in high school,
Oh, okay.
which was 2001.
25.
Enough about us because Hunter puts in a 3-bet here.
That he does. Hunter getting involved again with his ace
Don't
queen.
want to miss the good hands. Actually, everybody folds. So
Yeah, so there we go. That one's over.
Devin says, let the action heat you up, Duo.
This is true. I wonder if this is the same Devin that plays 2-5 in a row.
He does play 2-5. He's on hiatus right now, I believe.
There's another Devin that just showed up recently, so I don't know if it's the same one. Not sure. Don't know. So many Devins.
There's so many Devins, it's hard to keep track. Which one is good, which one's bad.
Yeah.
I would assume the stole is the bad one. I gotta read.
Let me go.
Straddle on this hand. Gonna be 10 to go. It's an under the gun straddle. So Vincent originally limped in. Don's gonna call, and Gary checks his option.
Jack 6-9 flop.
So top pair for Vincent after he limped in. Middle
Gary.
pair for Gary.
Don no longer in the hand. He's out of there. Gary's going to go ahead and call.
So turn brings 4 of diamonds. Wouldn't change much for either player too much. Vincent does have the 8 of diamonds. Gary's going to let it go.
Devin says horrible.
Yeah, confirmed. Confirmed. Straight from the source.
You know, you had a good read, Mike.
Thank you very much.
It's a little unfair advantage.
Rum and Coke, would you like 9 minutes?
Sure.
All right. It is shrimp and bow tie pasta.
He has some skills. You need a baby boy maid. He is your guy.
In a suit?
He's got a whole collection of them.
Sounds weird to me as well.
You actually got one more hand. Oh, okay. He's coming in, so. Sorry.
All right, looks like we got a $10 straddle from Gary under the gun.
Keep doing it, because you keep winning.
Beginner's luck, sir.
So action's going to start on Vincent here. So go goes to Michael. He puts in the call. He's got Jack 8 suited. Ken's going to call as well. Queen 6 of clubs. Now Hunter raises it up to 100. He's got Ace 5 of hearts. Raising over the limps. Gary is going to call it 10-9 suited. Also in hearts this time around. He's going to bring Michael and Ken in. So we got 4 players going to a flop for 100 each.
Full plays.
Flop of Ace, Jack, 10, Rainbow. Top pair to Hunter. Everybody else kind of with a small piece. We got everybody with a little something. Ken, gut shot. Michael, middle pair. Gary, bottom pair. When it checks over to Hunter, he does go small, betting 75. We've seen a lot of small continuation bets out of Hunter in these kind of scenarios. Really help navigate the multi-way flops. Probably try to get 1 or 2 players out of there, or at least narrow some of the ranges. This time around, it brought everybody along. Turn deuce of diamonds. Nobody has diamonds.
I love that.
And it doesn't improve anybody. Obviously, the old deuce changes nothing scenario. So it's going to check around to Hunter again. He gets to check it back. River, deuce of hearts. And it looks like Michael's going to try to turn his hand to a bluff. He bets it with his jack. Hunter's going to have to call for that price with an ace. Other 2 players get out of the way, and Hunter's going to take it down with his aces and deuces.
You want to change to that?
I think that's part of the value in Hunter betting 75 on that kind of a flop. When everybody calls, they're going to continue checking to him a lot of the time. When a card comes, it doesn't change much. And then he gets to just simply check it back, keep the pot small in a spot where he's got top pair, weak kicker. So changing out some chips here. Looks like Michael had to break a pumpkin. We'll get right back to the action.
Garrett's.
So we got no straddle this hand.
Clarence.
Oh.
Nice and normal.
Sorry.
I lied. We got a late straddle. No, we didn't. Can't even figure out if there's a straddle or not. I got no read. All right, we got Hunter opening it up to 50 here with pocket 4s. And actually gets to HK. He does have ace king, so he's going to put in the 3-bet from the small blind. Makes it 250 to go. And everybody gets out of the way back to Hunter. He's going to put in the call. He's going set mining. He is in position this hand. It's HK 3-bet out of the small blind. And both players are really deep. Flop comes king, 8, 7, 2 spades. HK is going to continue. Imagine then Hunter does lay it down. Evan says he can usually be found in the poker streets from time to time. Unfortunately, drowning in the river. Never heard of anybody drowning in the turn. Always drowning in the river. Straddle's going to be on this hand. Michael puts it on under the gun. Ken puts in the limp. Hunter's going to raise it up with 8-7 suited.
Raised to 75 and 8.
Action on Mike, he's got 8-7 suited, different variety. Variety's the spice of life. Whether you're into spades or hearts. HK calls with 4 deuce suited. Now Gary's got pocket 4s. He's going to call as well. Vincent, another 8-7 suited. We have 3 8-7 suiteds in one hand. And Michael is going to call his king 4 of spades. And now Ken, I can't possibly imagine I can fold here. He's going to put in the call. So we're going to end up going 7 ways to a flop. Just the old 7 ways for $75.
Not even here. Family pot.
Yeah, family pockets.
So 3 players with 8-7 suited, and 4 other players in the hand. Don gets back to the table and is confused that it's not a bomb pot. Well, it does look like one, given the pre-flop action.
Those are 2 of Don's least favorite words as
And
well.
now they all checked around on a 10-5-5 flop, turn 9. So every player with 8-7 just turned open-ended. Board is rainbow, so nobody has a flush draw.
So is it 4s that's in the lead right now?
4s are in the lead, but I bet he's going to let them go. Because Vincent led with his 8-7, and the only callers were other players with 8-7. So now River 9, and this has got to be one of the most interesting hands I've probably seen in a very, very long time.
How do we end up with a 3-way chop here?
Or does somebody turn their hand and go for the bluff?
Or go for a bluff,
because
potentially.
Everybody looks weak.
Yeah.
If it checks around, I don't know how everybody doesn't die laughing. This is one of the most unique hands we've seen in a long time. Not from a really cool big pot perspective, but just
weird in general.
Yeah, I mean, we're here for the lulls.
Yep. The
Hunter's thinking about it.
He is thinking about it.
I mean, I think the only problem is the board paired a 9 instead of a 10 on the river.
Yeah.
And players could have a 9.
And
because the 9 came on the turn, it went small bet, call.
Was that a check? Yes, it was. It was a check.
And it's going to be a checked around.
You got it checked around.
If the river paired 10, I think Hunter might have gone for it. Here we go. Nobody wants to show. They all think they lose.
8-7.
Everybody's no one wants to show. They all think they lose.
That's what I had.
Well, there we go.
Everyone's just confused.
Yeah.
That was a fun one.
I always say
that might be one of my favorite hands of the night, just for entertainment value.
All had 7-8. Mine were diamonds. Look at that. All of us.
I just love how everyone was so reluctant to show what they had.
Well, you're all playing the board, and there was a raise pre-flop to 75. So there was a big raise pre. You can't beat anything. Even if they have a draw that missed, like Queen Jack. They have a better hand than you. Whew. Now that that's behind us, bring on another one.
Yeah. Maybe one not as weird.
You gotta get weird.
I mean, listen, I don't mind a little weird every once in a while.
We still doing freezing? right, HK goes for the 3-bet here with Jack-10 suited.
Cool.
Hunter originally opened to 50, and Mike only called with King-Queen. He could have also 3-bet. He elected not to. And then Vincent puts in the cold call with Ace-Queen out of the small blind.
Now Hunter here with 10-9 suited.
Interesting spot, because you know presumably Mike's not going to cold 4-bet behind you since he didn't 3-bet your open.
He is going to call. So here we go. Got 4 players.
Very, very bloated pot.
A little over 1,300 in the middle already.
No fear here.
And I mean, if we get any big cards, it's a combination of straight draws versus 2 pair a lot of the time.
Pair of 5s and a 10 on this flop. It's almost deja vu.
Hunter and HK both have a pair of 10s, and Mike has the flush draw.
Yeah, he does. He's going to check around.
Checks around to HK. He was the 3-better, and he flops top pair here. Given Mike's stack size, I imagine he's going to just get it all in against HK.
And HK does bet 440. Does get Ace-Queen out of there.
So if Hunter folds here, I would imagine Mike just gets it in with the 2 overcards and the flush draw. But it's an interesting spot for Hunter, flopping top pair on a board that doesn't look super great for HK. Unless HK literally has a hand he's representing like an overpair. He shouldn't have a lot of 10s.
It's like Hunter does call it.
Yeah. Because we've seen HK continue on a lot of boards.
And there is the all-in for Mike, as you mentioned.
Given his chip stack, it's just a snap all-in no matter what, I think, here. It's not gonna reopen the betting, I believe. Unless it's a little bit more than we thought. Like I said, it's hard from Hunter's perspective. You're holding a 10, and HK was the 3-better. He shouldn't have a 10 a lot of the time. I think that's why Hunter puts in the call.
Yeah.
Now this is
It's like HK. Looks like for the action tracker catch up. Looks like
total
HK
all
did
is
call.
800. So it should be closed on the side. So HK can't raise, and neither can Hunter. So given that, both players are just going to put in the call.
Yep. All right, so
now, given the fact that we have an all-in player and there's a dry side pot, I can't imagine Hunter or HK trying to push the other off of a hand too often.
Yeah.
Just because you have a player all in for the main. Like, what are you can't really bluff into a $0 side pot too much. So unless one of them kind of picks up a 2-pair type hand, most likely going check check.
Yeah. 7 on the turn, and Hunter does check it.
But HK's
maybe something else.
Maybe he thinks Hunter has a flush draw type hand, or he's trying to name a river price by going small here like this.
Bet 750, and Hunter is going to go ahead and let it go.
Yeah, it does look strong.
Wow, and that's going to be the end of Mike's night.
Yeah, I guess from HK's perspective there, you think Hunter might have some sort of diamond draw, and you would rather put a bet in there, either get some value or push him out. Also, betting small, like 500, you might get Hunter to call and then check river, and you're not stuck at this really, really tough decision in a big, big pot with top pair, medium kicker. Say Hunter could have a hand like Queen 10, King 10, you would see him check the river. And if you're HK, you can kind of name the price, where if you check back turn, Hunter could lead river for value, and you'd be stuck in a really tough decision spot. So maybe trying to get value from flushes and name his own price, kind of like a blocker bet would, should the river come brickish, preventing Hunter from leading. Could be a couple different things going on there.
Vincent.
So HK stacking another big pot,
25 for the end.
having a pretty good night.
Yeah, I think they're, I mean, I don't know.
They're way better. Unless something crazy rattle.
I'm gonna go sugar doodle. Choose one to make it 65.
Yeah, HK with almost 10K in front of him now. 9,500. Wow.
And he's going for more. Open it up here pre-flop to 65 with 6-5 suited.
Yes.
Vince is going to call from the button with Jack 10. She's going to bring some other callers in. Michael, Ken coming along with 9-7 and King Queen out of the blind spots. So we're on 4 ways to a flop here. 300 in the middle. Flop is ace 8 tray 2 hearts. Nobody has an ace, nobody has hearts, so pretty quickly checks around. Turns a 10 of clubs. That makes Ken open-ended, Michael with a gut shot, and gives Vincent a pair. It's a pretty interesting turn card. Checks around to Vincent. He does bet his pair of 10s for 100, betting 100 and 300. Michael's going to fold the gut shot. Ken's going to call. He's open-ended. And HK lets it go. His 6 high, no draw. Easy lay down there. So Ken Vincent heads up to the river. Does come a queen. Ken's just going to check it over. Vincent will happily show his hand, check it back. He's going to take down the pot with a pair of 10s. Michael would have peeled with his gut shot straight there. He would have rivered the pair of queens. Can't really imagine his kings and queens are super live, but tell he's probably kicking himself a little bit.
Again, do appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. A big promotion going on at all 3 rooms. $1,500 high hands every half hour. Promotion is going to run until midnight. Was I saying yesterday, with our live stream ending 9 o'clock, 9:15 tonight, might give me a little time to sneak over to OP for a little bit.
Not a bad idea. I mean, we did pick up business pretty quick heading into that 2 o'clock start time on the promotion. I think we went from about 5-6 tables right up to 12.
Yeah.
Within no time at all. So I imagine it's still bustling over there.
Well, pair of 10s for Don. Man, 10s are starting to run hot, although board pairs of the king.
Yeah, it makes the 10 a little bit stronger after checking around the flop. Nobody bet, and now it's less likely anybody has a king. Very unlikely given the fact that everybody checked the flop. Ken's thinking it over. He's got a tray. He's probably thinking similar. Nobody bet the flop. What can they have? Pretty similar hand for him.
And that's why Ken did call.
Yep. And they're going to be heads up to the river.
10's going to be good.
4 spades. It's going to go check, check. I have a pair. Well, I have a pair. Mine's better.
But yeah, again, guys, that promotion's running until midnight. Can be at any location, Jacksonville location, Orange Park location, or St. Augustine. You can try to hit that high hand for that $1,500. And I think each room has had their fair share of high hands, too.
Yeah. And at least they did this afternoon. Not sure how it's been the last couple of hours since we've been in here, but
I know I've
usually spreads around.
When I went out there, I saw St. Augustine. It was on the board at one time with a straight flush. Seems like it's been quads and straight flushes. It's been hitting it.
$4, sir.
75.
Straight cash takeaway.
We see Don makes it 75 to go from the big blind after a bunch of limps around. There was an under the gun straddle by
Money
HK.
back yourself back there, and then
We're
I'll
on you,
1
75 to
second.
go.
1175, sir.
HK is going to fold the straddle.
Oh, yes. Thank you. I don't know if you still
Now 75 to you get.
So on Gary, he's going to put in the call, which is going to bring Vincent along. Vincent with King Jack suited. He's got Don pipped in case it comes King High. Ken's going to call with Ace 4. He's the only player with an ace. So 4 ways, 75 apiece.
We got 4 of them.
Flop comes Ace 6 4, so 2 pair for Ken. He's in position. Don does just check it rather than continue. Looks like it checked around to Ken, who puts out a bet. And all 3 players quickly fold. And Ken's going to take it down with his 2 pair. Nobody else had too much. Gary had a pair of 6s, but nothing really else to go with it. Everybody kind of just reads Ken for at least 1 ace. Maybe not even 2 pair, but nobody else had any hand worth calling.
He was on the list. He passed it. Sure? Yeah, you found out you were here.
Which Chuck? He knew I was stuck.
Nissan Chuck.
He was saying which Chuck.
That was the rumor.
All right, Gary does put on the under the gun straddle this hand. It's going to be 10 to go. Action starting on Vincent under the gun.
Straddle, 10 to go. Call 4.
Vincent calls. He's got 10-6 suited. Michael's got King 5. He's going to call as well.
Call 7, folding.
Ken 6-5 off. He's going to limp in. HK calls and Gary checks. So we're going to be going 5 ways to a flop.
All right, we got 5.
Flop King 5. Michael just flops all of it.
Yeah, not a bad flop. King's full.
Yeah, he's going to definitely check, try to pray somebody bets, somebody raises. Like, please, guys, please, guys.
50 to go.
Ken does bet with his 5. He's got 6-5, so flopping 2 pair, the kings and 5s. And wow, turn 5.
Uh-oh.
I check.
And it goes check, check. River Jack. And Michael's going to bet for value.
Boat over boat. Kings full of 5s, 5s full of kings.
Yeah, he bets big and Ken thinking it over. Always really hard to fold a full house. And he does put in the call.
Damn. Massacred that.
Which one are you playing, sir? The king or the 5?
I think he's going to elect to play the king here, so he scoops the pot to chops it.
Right, exactly.
If he gets to choose. Which he doesn't. Hard to speak.
The button right?
Cards do speak for themselves.
If they didn't, he would still pick the king.
Yeah, right.
That's for sure.
Yeah.
Say it's done.
So Vincent puts the straddle on under the gun.
Yeah, we're gonna try. Later.
Straddle 10 to go. Call 6.
Michael limps in with ace 10.
Something.
Now Ken's going to raise it up. He has queen 8.
50 from the 7. 200 from the 8.
He makes it 50 to go, and now Hunter wakes up with 10s. He's going to put in the 3-bet to 200. And wow, Don wakes up with kings behind him, so he's definitely going to put in the 4-bet. He does.
600.
Makes it 600 to go.
600. Fold 1, fold 2, 3. Call in 4, 6 to go.
Vincent has pocket queens in the straddle,
Oh,
so
man.
he calls.
Pocket pairs everywhere.
Michael can get out of there. Really for Hunter, this is a really interesting spot now that Vincent cold called.
Yeah.
You might get priced into set mine.
Bang
Definitely woke him up a little bit.
It's
like, oh, what do we got
not
here?
something you see very often, the cold 4-bet and cold call of said 4-bet. So for only 400 more, I mean, Hunter can go set mining. I would, from his perspective, I would assume he knows he doesn't have the best hand. And the flop comes Jack 7-4, 2 hearts, so both the queens and the kings remain an overpair.
Don does have the king of hearts as well, so he does have a backdoor to hearts.
Yeah, I think the only thing that he could be worried about is somebody have pocket jacks. Obviously, that's well in the range of both Vincent and Hunter, given the fact they have the pairs right next to him. But he does bet 1,000, and Vincent is going to shove the queens. Overpair on overpair crime. Yeah, Hunter folds. So even Don doesn't love it because it feels like somebody might have jacks, but fortunately for him, it's everything except jacks. Don is going to take it down. Gets the full double up, plus some, given the fact that Hunter had to put 600 in there. So, big pot. Unfortunate for Vincent, waking up with queens in the straddle. Gary wishing he played that hand terribly, but, you know, obviously would have gotten there.
That's what they say, hindsight's 20/20, right? And by the way, that's a big scoop for Don because he was stuck a bit. And it's a strong possibility that Don might have got himself to being back to even after that hand. So he's back in the mix. And Vincent's going to have to top back up.
Grand total was 2190. 10, 15, 21.
You got this too, right?
Yeah, this is the 190.
That's it.
This is 2 games there. That's too bad.
Now you're unstuck.
No.
90? We're closer. Cooler, Vincent, cooler.
It was indeed a cooler.
He happens.
Pretty funny, Devin. Pretty funny.
I wonder if Devin coaches as bad as he plays, and you might reverse yourself into playing well if you get his coaching.
Because you end up doing everything opposite of what he tells you?
It's
Or
like a
what
double
is,
negative.
what is instructed to you?
So yeah, after seeing that pot get shipped, you can kind of see why Hunter probably knew he wasn't ahead with pocket tens, but it was profitable to set mine. I mean, if the flop came 10 high and it goes bet jam, could have taken a huge hand, huge pot. So it goes Don's way with the kings versus the queens. This hand, Hunter opens up to 50. HK put in the call. Hunter had king queen, HK with king 10. Brings Vincent and Michael along as well out of the blind and straddle. And we see a king queen 5 flop, so top 2 for Hunter versus top pair for HK. If it stays really cheap, Vincent might chase the gut shot. So checks around a Hunter who bets 50. So it goes really small, and HK reads it as weak and puts in a raise to 285. So now for a Hunter, it's a decision to just call, which he does, versus raising.
All right, so we're still heads up here.
Yep.
Deuce on the turn.
Deuce doesn't, the old deuce changes nothing, so Hunter's going to check it over. HK checks it back, pot control. Fortunately for HK, he made the right decision there on the check back. should minimize the damage here. Hunter weighing his options, whether to bet for value or possibly check it over to HK in case he was bluffing. Let's say he had Jack 10 on that flop.
So Hunter thinking about what he wants to fire out. And
I think he's ranging HK to a hand like he has.
basically a pot-sized bet.
Just a way to get max value here if HK has a king. Because the action went check-check on the turn, it opens the door for Hunter to quote-unquote bluff. You know, from HK's perspective. HK's reading the situation right, which is really tough.
Yeah.
Usually when you check back on the turn there, it's to keep the pot small and probably call a bluff bet. So he's kind of in the blender on this one. Gonna be a little tough, but he has to call. It's kind of a tough spot because you almost, if you're folding top pair, given the action, it might be maybe folding too much, which that's why Hunter chooses a really big size. So good choice by Hunter there. Tough spot for HK. I think HK makes the right check back on the turn to try to control the size of the pot. Unfortunately for him, Hunter kind of sniffs that out and then takes advantage of it by betting large on the river. Especially if you think about the fact that if you know your opponent, like if HK folds top pair, okay kicker in that scenario, then you're going to be betting pot on just about every chance you get if you're Hunter. Every missed draw can bet if you know he's going to fold top pair.
$65 from the 2.
All right, HK raises up to 65 this hand over the $10 straddle. His Jack 10 of spades. Last time he had Jack 10 of spades, he won a really big pot, so sure he's going to try to do it again. He's definitely not trying to lose a big pot. No one ever is. Two players call, we're on three ways of the flop. King, King, Jack, rainbow. And checks around real quick. Turn 8 of diamonds. Nobody really picks up anything with that card. Nobody has diamonds. But Vincent, looks like he's going to stab. He can't win any other way other than bluffing. Bets HK is going to call with the jack. Gary gets out of the way, so their heads up to the turn. And the Jack of Diamonds river. And Vincent is going to continue the bluff. HK is going nowhere. I think he can only call, probably handcuffed to it. Vincent went big, trying to push out a lot of other hands.
You missed some fireworks.
Now you got all my money.
He got some of mine.
Oh, wow, you got more than he got from you?
Who's counting?
Huh?
But who's counting?
I am.
I'm in for a bunch, so
I am.
be aware.
I am aware.
Okay. I got what? We'll check. Yeah.
Got a secret phone call.
So HK is really thinking it over. Seems like a pretty mandatory call spot. I think that's what he's going to come to. It's hard to get value with a raise. But he's putting Vincent on the king.
I don't think you have a new shot. No, of course I should. It doesn't matter. In my head, I've already lost. That's good. Nice.
Wow. HK folds.
Oh my God.
I told you, in my head, I've already lost. So.
But you really want him to call?
Vincent! What do you want me to do?
Vincent mixing it up, and it works.
No, the fold.
wanted Gary to try that. Don't feel me.
Did not see
I promise
that
I
fold
promise.
coming.
I will never show you.
You know I will.
I don't like to show my hand. But
Maybe it's because it felt similar to the previous hand where it's a, I have to call here even though I don't like it. And because it burned him just a few minutes ago, it was sitting fresh.
I'm coming after him.
Read this for the same kind of situation, attaching that feeling with losing.
I gave a big one to him. And a 5
Son, I don't
Rough
care
spot.
about him or him or
Fortunate sequence of events for HK. He's probably still doing okay on the night. Hopefully he looks down, counts his chips, realizes he's up, takes it in stride.
He's not in quite yet.
You get a couple of frustrating hands in a row, you could always start imploding. So you just got to resist the temptation to do so. Don raises it up. He makes it his standard 50 to go. He does have pocket aces this time. We've seen him open to 50 and fold a lot to 3-bets earlier in the night. It's been a while, so maybe it's not sitting fresh in anybody's mind. This time everybody calls.
You had 6.
We got pocket trays, Jack 9, and mystery Gary hand against Don's aces. So 4 ways will flop. Comes 10, 9, 4, 2 diamonds. Checks around to Vincent. He's going to bet 75 with his middle pair of 9s. Don just calling here. And Gary is going to call as well.
Turn to go left or right?
So 3 ways to the turn. Gary bets 100 here, and Vincent raises to 300 on a 9 of spades turn. Don's going to call again. His hand is extremely under-repped. Fortunately for him, Vincent's got the 9. And Gary's thinking about it. Gary is going to put in the call. So 3 ways again to the river here. The river, a tray of hearts. Rick River checks around to Vincent. He's going to bet for value. Bets 500. Don is going to call. Gary's going to fold. Don gets the bad news.
You always win. See, now we get it.
Freaking Jack 10.
All right, I'm out.
You all have fun.
And aces.
Yeah, right. Tomorrow.
I did.
Tomorrow.
Now we're even.
Don't be not even. You got 3,000 from me.
Have a good one, man.
We're tied 1-1.
That was not a $3,000 one. That was maybe like
Good bet. I scooped it.
$2,500.
I'm sure I don't win 9.
No, I don't want to. You'll see on the stream. It would have been so hard.
Those are all mine.
I had a pocket pair of 3s. I would have. I wouldn't have got them. Yeah, I wouldn't have got them.
Couldn't even enjoy these chips for like 2 seconds. I hate this game. Stuck again.
Well, Mr. Bill says wake up country. He did have to step out for a minute, but as soon as you say it, he walks back in. I don't know how you pulled off such a maneuver, but it was perfect.
Yeah, sorry, I had to step out for just a second to relieve Jacob for a second. So I'll be out there to action track in just a second. Mr. Bill, sometimes. Sometimes.
All right, we got 3 of them.
All right, so it looks like we got 3 players here to the flop. Let's see. Oh, Will just got back. Okay, so Will's back in the game. I guess whatever it was he had to handle earlier, he's gotten taken care of, so he's back in the game. All right, so heads up here with Will and Ken.
Yes, sir.
We're getting close to our 3-hour stat check on the next dealer change. We'll show you who's up, who's down. Seen a few casualties on the live stream today. Oh, looks like Gary left too, huh?
Yeah, Gary just picked up and left a little bit ago. He did still he didn't get stacked. He still had some chips left.
Sure, he probably just wants to try his luck at another 2-5 table.
Yeah, it looked like he was getting a little frustrated, a little stuck on this table.
Yeah.
Last like couple of orbits.
Well, and he had worked his way up a little bit too.
Yeah, he was doing all right. He was talking about leaving earlier, then changed his mind. Played a couple interesting hands. Maybe from his mind, it was starting to go the wrong way.
Yep. So Will does raise it to 350 after Ken did bet 150.
I don't know.
Always give you action, buddy. Always give you action.
I do the same for you.
I know.
I have credit.
Looks like Ken is going to go ahead and call.
I did have aces though.
I know you didn't have aces.
I did.
You did?
Yes.
I'll believe it.
King on the river.
No.
So a pair of sixes for Ken is going to be good enough.
Whatever you
And
have.
it looks like he's going to go ahead and get some chips together to call out a bet.
No doubt about it.
You're going to fire out 400 maybe, potentially. Oh, never mind. Just decides to check. Little pump fake. And that gives Will the green light to just throw in 1,500, over bets the pot, and then some. Ken does fold, and yep, Will does take it down. Welcome back to the table, Will.
Yeah, I think Will picking up the tell there. A lot of times players will have that reverse tell of reaching for some chips and then checking, trying to get you to check behind a way to freeze you.
He said he was out. No, I mean, I'll play he said he was out, so I was leaving the button there.
So possibly something, if Ken and Will have some history, maybe he's seen him do that before.
Sure.
Stuff like that can come into play a lot when guys play with each other over and over.
I had to piece of
No, you're good. I think you need a quarter from you as well.
See, Don, I guess, looking back at the stats a little bit, Don, I guess, got involved in another decent-sized pot and didn't fare for him, I guess.
No, he had, his ace was cracked by Vincent, so they're just talking about that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Don mixed up the way he played it. It's a pretty interesting way of going out playing aces, and kind of took one on the chin.
Well, it looks like Ken is calling it a night, too. Uh-oh. Man, players are starting to disappear. We will try to get this game filled back up. See what happens, though.
Where you from? They're literally next door neighbors.
Well, checks. Same island. Different.
Island? They own an island.
We live on an island.
Oh, you don't own an island?
We live on a skidaway island.
Skidaway Island.
Oh, yeah, he got 9.
9 good.
9 good.
Yeah, I know.
Like it's the north side or the east side.
So this is going to get pretty interesting here if they're playing 5-handed with a 25 ante.
Yeah.
I mean, pre-flop ranges get really, really wide. 3 betting is going to have to increase.
I have a business.
A lot of pre-flop battle. Can't play as passive when you're short-handed with that much dead money in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
5 to go.
7. When I moved to that city, it was like 50,000 tourists a year.
Yeah, Hunter opens the button with 9-5 suited.
8%.
Looks like HK's back now. And Hunter does catch a 9 on this flop.
Yeah, and open-ended for Don.
Yep. Pretty strong flop for both. Now board does pair.
Yeah, that
Queen on the turn.
brings a spade, so probably a spot where Hunter's going to maybe start betting. I mean, he did have some showdown value with the 9 already, so maybe he doesn't have to, but...
Nobody said no.
And the spades get there for Hunter.
Yeah, it gives a pair of 6s to Don, just in case he thinks Hunter's bluffing. I mean, as you can see, like 9-5 opening and 10-6 defending. The game opens up a lot when you get short-handed with that much dead money. So it could be a call spot for Don, given the fact Hunter didn't bet flop. But he does lay it down. Good read by Don.
Hunter, what you doing, my man? What are you waking up?
All right, let's go ahead and show stats after 3 hours here on the live stream.
I saw you
The way things look, yeah, HK, big night for him.
on the live stream.
Up over 4,600 for him. Hunter is up. Will is up. Don is still somewhat even. He's worked himself out of being super stuck. An hour ago, he was stuck over 3K, but a couple big pots, and he's been able to work himself out to be relatively even again. Michael and Vincent right now, the two players that are the most stuck at the table. And a quick look at the VPIPs, 56% for Vincent. Also used to seeing Gary there, but Gary's not there anymore. So Vincent, HK, and Will, who just joined the table a little bit ago. All pretty solid. Not too bad.
Too many hours, Not good for you. I know you're going to say, oh, you're young. You should be able to play 2.5 days
Oh, it's like
straight
me
without
working.
any.
I mean, I work 60 hours a week.
Right, but you sleep every night.
101.
Yeah. How much you
That's the
rating?
key.
Yeah, I sleep.
Mr. Bill would be, that's very kind of you, sir. Definitely looking forward to you to coming back to the live stream. It's been far too long.
Button is kind of good. No, it's actually good.
Well, when you go to bed? If I could, I'd go to bed at like 10 o'clock every day.
What time does the stream go to?
9 o'clock then.
Okay.
Right? Yeah, so record it ish. Yeah, 9.
Why are you looking at him like he knows?
He probably knows better than I do.
Be back on the live stream next week as well. There will not be a live stream on Thursday night. That is because we will be doing our Best Bet Live meetup game on Thursday, June 1st. So we'll all be at St. Augustine.
The meetup game crew is so bad at poker, we have to keep them at the poker room. We don't want them to leave to come back to work.
Exactly.
Stay there as long as you can.
Exactly.
A little jealous. I wish I could play. In that game, especially.
Yeah.
Drinks.
Okay, yeah, this is a hand I was out action tracking, and I had to double check some things. So, a little off here. It is 4 ways to the flop here. I believe Vincent is not in the hand, yeah, so he is going to get folded out now. Hunter does check it, and Will's going to check it back up down, so it does check all around. King on the turn that gives Michael a pair of kings. But on Friday night, June 2nd, we'll have some 2-5 no limit hold'em deep stack action for you. Start that live stream at 6:15. Then on Saturday, next Saturday, we'll be back at it with some 2-2 deep stack action. We'll get that live stream up and running around 4:15. So that's the live stream schedule for next week. Again, no live stream Thursday night because we are going to be at the meetup game down at St. Aug.
Heads up, fellas.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Definitely quite a few of us is going to be over there. And kings are going to be good for Michael here. HK did have a gut shot to try to hit Broadway. He is going to fire out a bet.
Another day of best bet here.
Going to go for the bluff.
For now.
And it works out. He makes the bet, and Michael decides to fold.
Blank check Don over there.
Blank check time. Joe, watching you that big stream game, or?
I watched a little bit of it.
Yeah, I watched a very small amount, and I heard that the rest of it was boring because everybody's playing so tight.
I heard there's only one hand to really look at, which was the Ace King versus Sixes JRB. That was it.
Blank check Don. That's a great name.
Blank check Don.
Don't you dare call. Maybe I am
BCD.
I am that big whale.
BCD.
You know,
75.
BCD in the house.
I'm not
baby.
saying But I am saying, if we end up doing the giveaway for Don's earnings, if Don does work himself to be up again, and we do the giveaway, that may be the keyword that we use. I'm just saying.
To 100.
It's pretty good. And Don will take this one down as he's got his flush draw.
Stream name to that, we're going to get you in all the house games.
Blank check Don?
I just want a small piece, that's it.
Are there a bunch? Is there a bunch?
Trust
of
me, I could get in those home games anyway.
100 of them.
Really?
I think I'd go there.
Are they? So I used to play in games like that up north, but are they safe?
That's the issue. I mean, they're safe-ish, but
Yeah, I don't think.
no.
There was a guy here who got my number. They were safe.
keep calling me.
I house.
You keep calling.
Cops protecting games and shit like that, but I don't know if it's like that down here.
They gang up
No,
on
there's a
you.
lot of guys not doing it the right way.
And they do probably do.
Way too
Can't
much
control
like
some of
cash
them are,
and drugs
like,
and
Why don't you
control.
say
Yeah,
Right,
no, it's not
you know what I
good.
mean? And,
You can meet here
and
and play.
weapons and alcohol, and it's just stupid.
They all can meet here and play. They
Uh,
can meet here and
if
play.
they want to play, they can come
gang
here.
up on
I'll be here.
Yeah.
Cool. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and then you got people that play on credit.
I don't need all that crazy shit where-
Yeah, and then you got
Where,
people
whatever, like, it's hard enough to win as it is, right? Then I win 50K and it might take them 6 months to pay me. I mean, I
If
get
you
paid
get
at all.
paid.
Shit, that what killed the 5-10 game. She could even get a damn game going.
70. 2. 4. Check.
HK's on take this one down.
Good. Blank check. Down.
Huge, you fucking started. Now he's gonna take this back to
BCG. I'm about to
take it back to Dougie and Nate.
I'm gonna say
They already know
Doug.
that anyway.
I'm gonna say Doug Dolan. It is blank check Don.
When Nate and
Next
Doug
weekend,
kick
I'm
it
going to spread a rumor like, you guys hear Blank Check Don was coming? Look at the list.
I heard blank check Don won 50K in a home game.
He's fresh off a big win in the house games, but he's going to come in firing.
Blank check Don.
Oh, man. Yo, good to see you. I don't know how to pronounce that name, so we'll just go with 904. You got myself, Ryan, also known as Country, joined by Mike Kruger, the card room manager at Orange Park.
How's it going, everybody?
I never played
Got a little under 2 hours remaining in the live stream. Probably like an hour and 45 minutes left. We are kind of six-handed right now. We did run through our list of players that were still on the list to try to get into this game. We also made some in-house announcements saying we had available seating.
Well, they have lock boxes at least here. They do. And they'll write you
Definitely a good game.
3 weeks ago
I would
when
jump in if I could.
Yeah, it's been some pretty solid action.
You know,
he lost his money. I went all in. Then even 5 minutes later, he brought in 2 guys and said, one sat here, one sat here. There's only 4 of us. But I'm sorry, my pilot just called me. I gotta leave.
Straddle. Is the straddle back on or off?
It's on.
Okay.
It's been on.
Back and forth. Okay.
been doing it.
That's what I'm saying. 'Cause some people
Not
don't have
falling
it.
for that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Not
Some
falling
people
for
gotta
that.
take a hand off, you know what I mean? They're like,
Yeah, it happens.
they can't all 6.
Good try, though.
Yeah, I haven't. So.
Sometimes like, the shooter's got to play off or whatever, you know, catch your breath. Sit out a couple of minutes and let it work.
5 of them.
About 2 pair for
Okay,
HK.
bottom 2 and top pair for Will. So Will leads. Don also calls with 2 overcards and some backdoors. HK springs the raise.
I will say one time someone got me really good trying to do one of those name pranks. I was on like maybe 3 hours of sleep last day of the work week and everything. And I saved the name and I didn't realize until after the fact, and I was like, oh, whoops.
6 and then 7, 7.
So it wasn't that one though.
Board.
It was a good attempt.
You know what I'm saying? Fuck that.
Well, they spelled it in such a way like I didn't even notice it.
I think, are we doing the under the gun or the button?
Because they don't know about BCD.
Do you guys want to go get the
Announce it.
There's 99 house games
We're doing the.
just this Friday.
You want to priorities. Hey, if you want to do it, God bless you.
I mean, Best Bet should like hire a legal team and like go to the police department and be like, hey, here's a map of all the people that are ruining our business.
Yeah, is St. Augustine a good place? I've never been there, but
It's totally dead. They're bleeding money over there.
What do you mean bleeding?
There's 0 games over there. It's nothing.
Really? You got a 25?
Nothing.
Oh, I don't have the 20. But
Oh, I'm sorry.
Vincent's first day.
sure.
This is the nicest room in the world.
That's
that
not
has
it. You
zero
loved me
action.
before.
Really? How far away from you? How far away is it?
Maybe 40 minutes.
Why I even bother? How is there no action?
After a limp, Hunter opens
put
it
it in the middle
up,
of
makes it
nowhere, man.
100 to
It's
go,
Amish country out there.
and everybody folds. He takes it
They're
down.
building like it's
off of 95.
building stuff around there. But right now.
Right off of 95 in the middle of nowhere. Like, I don't know what they were thinking.
Have you been out there yet?
I've just driven by it. You can't miss it.
It's beautiful on the inside. It's like the inside of a strip club or something. Like.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's right up by 95.
There should be more
I have not
action
seen
there.
it. I have not. I've seen it, but I have not.
Nobody
been
plays
there.
there.
Beautiful inside.
Is there?
Yeah.
Beautiful.
A lot of action.
No.
Zero action. I'm telling you. I love how everybody's got to double check with blank check Don,
I don't go
like
for
fact check my
CD.
statements. You know what I'm saying? They're like, well, Hunter's not
check
credible
Don
anymore.
knows.
We got to check with Don.
Who's the German guy came to my gallery by 4 paintings?
Johannes.
Johannes. He goes to Orange Park.
Orange City or Orange Park? Yeah.
Is that where Johannes has been, huh? All right. Jack, ace, 6, flop.
He told me
Pair of jacks for Will.
I don't want to go to Orange Park. I don't like it.
Oh. They look good. No set.
It's funny that like all that out of the 3 rooms, that's the worst one by far. But that's where all the action is, right?
Because of the camera.
Like, I don't understand it.
Man, once upon a time, it was the best green room in the country.
I played in Commerce in
Yeah,
California.
Commerce, yeah, that's tough.
Commerce
That's
is tough.
That's tough.
I've never played there, but I hear it's
But this was one of the best. Like, people all over the world used to come here to
That
play
area was huge. It's like
yeah, I hear they probably have like 100-something tables there.
probably like
Commerce is
4
huge.
times bigger than
And
this.
they have a huge
Yeah.
hotel.
All
and-
poker.
That's,
Like,
yeah.
Yeah, they have like 100-something tables. They have table games.
It's hard to compete with Commerce.
Five-up poker and everything.
and that doesn't count the ballroom.
Yeah, it's hard to
That's
compete
just
with Commerce.
They have a convention center there for the tournaments?
They have a huge
Wow.
hotel there.
Man, listen, you,
How much is it?
you used to come here on
No,
a
so I'm just
Tuesday.
talking about cash game tables, right? It's like it's
120 cash?
You used to come here on a Tuesday, it'd be 5, 6, 7 games. Like Savannah,
So all these rooms that get built, it takes action out of like Vegas,
I don't know what the heck
AC, just flip on the
They got a couple mystery hands here.
you come here on a Tuesday, it'd be 1 game.
Trade Jack 9
before
flop.
God is good, but it's like,
Like, this used to be the best.
they should almost just like nuke Atlantic City and like start over.
Looks like Michael is going to take this one down. Just fly firing out of bet.
Yeah,
Only Tuesday and Friday.
That was my spot.
Foxwood has good.
I haven't been there. I used to go to,
Foxwood and
there was a period where National Harbor had good games, had a good 10-25 game there. It was really good.
This is a good table talk. I don't even want to say anything.
Yeah, no, that's kind of why I just kind of laid back a little bit.
Where are
'cause,
all
you
the
know,
good games? Tell me.
Yeah,
Where?
we're all ears.
Commerce, Parks, MGM.
National Harbor wasn't bad.
National Harbor used to be really good.
Which, by the way, are you going to try to take a trip out to Vegas with WSOP?
No,
No, definitely not this year.
4 ways for 600.
I'm pretty much handcuffed to not doing a lot of travel right now.
I got you.
So one day,
You guys were the one that called.
I'd like to, but not currently in the stars.
But we did have that pot when I had Jack 10. I don't know how everybody kept calling it.
Adulting sucks.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it sucks. It just,
I got sucked in.
sometimes makes you where you can't travel too terribly far.
Right, that's what I mean. That's what I really meant. All right, so 10s and kings from Michael. Hunter with just 5s and kings. 7 on the turn. Doesn't really change much of anything.
Yeah, it went check, check, and now Michael bets.
Check Don and everything, man. Let's say BD.
BCDE.
Yeah. That is good. Not ABCD. BCD.
Tell your friends.
Hide your kids, hide your wife. Blank check Don is in the building.
I think I don't think Don can get away from that.
I think if I ever wanted to hire a hype man, TK might be the guy.
I think moving forward now, that's every time Don's on the live stream, that's what he's got to go on as.
Blank check Don.
I think it's stuck. I think it's stuck. I think it's stuck with him now. Got blank check Don on the live stream.
Call 2 for 4. Got a 75 and a 6.
You know, there's some potential merchandise opportunity for that too. I think there would be some people that would buy some blank check Don shirts.
Good.
Mostly Don.
You say what?
Yeah, mostly Don. I think Don has something to do with clothing soon, though. I think.
Hey, gambling.
So.
He likes to watch.
I thought I'll put up so we can get a game going.
I'm not sure why they're 2.5.
See, he's getting sucked into a game right now.
Because they're 5 to 3,000. 2.5 at least to 1,000. It's not
That's what I heard.
1,500.
Nice.
Yeah.
A private dice game at the house, you know.
Yeah.
800 is like a weird number.
It's way
It is. And
Do they rope it out for you in the
I mean,
basement?
minimum of how they doesn't make any sense.
1,000 to 2.
Why 800?
Because what happens is you get stuck. Sometimes
Raise to 10, raise to 50.
trips on it. I think they
Roll
never
to 9. Roll to 1.
I wouldn't play poker in a house game.
You're basically your handcuffed.
There's no 5-10 sometimes.
Yeah.
The only time I played the 5-10 here other than tonight was
Yeah.
last week when Hunter was in that hand when that crazy guy from Minnesota with 2-3 spades. You and I were in that. Or I wasn't in the hand, but whatever that dude. And then that, who was that guy that, you know, talking about the guy that.
I played some of these, it's all a blur, man.
Okay, this was last week.
I don't know.
Still a blur.
Yeah.
Still a blur.
Action
They
is
call Hunter
to go, guys.
Big
Try to
Blur
hold
Hunter.
Big Boar Hunter, blank check Don.
It really is. Like, sometimes we play like
Yeah.
5K pots and it doesn't even register with me. Don will be like, what do you have yesterday? And I like, honestly, don't even remember. I'm like, what was the
What
board?
have I ever asked you?
There's a 50 in the 9. Call the 2. Call the 6.
I gotta get some of them chips down there, man.
No, I do.
HK flops top 2.
Man, try.
Mystery hand for Michael.
Yeah, Will's going to stab.
Yeah.
Essentially middle pair.
Can we do what?
Do the card on the diamond for me for the reader. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. 50 and 9. Raise 215. Fold.
So HK raised it to 215. Michael is out of there.
Yeah, check raise should get it done.
That it
Will is just kind of probing,
2,000.
slash trying to take it down right there. Maybe get a draw to call and get some more value later, but not a hand that can withstand the check raise, that's for sure.
And yeah, the action of just a check raise alone is always so strong.
Yep.
Straddle.
All right, we got an under the gun straddle from Michael here. Going to go back to calling the action now. The table's quieted down a little.
Yeah. They got the conversation out of the way. Now it's just back to playing.
Looks like Don's going to open from the button for 50. He does have ace-jack. HK is going to call with 10-9. Vincent's going to call at queen-10. And Michael's going to call at king-jack, so everybody with some big cards here.
Full plays.
4 ways to a flop.
Deuce 5-7. Flop that hit absolutely nobody.
Checks around.
Queen on the turn. Now Vincent does have a pair of queens.
Vincent's the only one with a queen. Because the board's so low, nobody has any straight draws or anything. The paint, so. Vincent's going to value bet. Unless somebody decides to get crazy, which they don't. Vincent takes it down. So easy takedown for Vincent there, just turning top pair.
Unfortunately, the game has kind of died down a little bit. Again, we have been trying to make some announcements and promote the fact that we do have some open seats. Just haven't had anybody come through yet. Of course, our promotion that's going on as well, $1,500 high hands every 30 minutes. The promotion's going to run until midnight. It's a shared promotion between all 3 of our rooms. So you could be either here in Jax, you could be in Orange Park, or you could be down in St. Aug.
Doesn't matter which room you're in, as long as you hit it, you win it. And here, HK open with 10-6, and Vincent calls. And Michael's going to come along. Michael's got the realest of the hands with ace-tray suited. Vincent, king-5, same suit clubs, and HK was just in there trying to steal it, 10-6. Flop does come ace, king, queen with 2 spades, so top pair for Michael. Middle pair for Vincent. HK has the pre-flop raiser. Decides not to continue. But now he does turn the spade draw.
75.
Now Michael's going to fire out 75.
Yeah, after the flop checks around, Michael has to feel pretty good about his ace.
That will get HK to fold his hand.
Yeah, both players lay it down.
Vincent showed that he had the king. Michael's like, oh, that's nice. Still was beating you.
You should have called.
Nice hand.
We are trying to take this game till 9 o'clock tonight, so live stream itself will be done at 9:15.
No straddle on this hand. Action will start one wheel under the gun. He puts in a limp with Queen Jack.
Right, 75.
Don's going to get 75 to go at 9-7 suited. And everybody folds. Lets him take down the pot. Don's going to put the straddle on now from under the gun, so action will start over on HK.
Yeah, trying to spice it up a little bit. Been in the muck a little bit, but again, I mean, 6 players right now.
Yeah, we should see some ranges really opening up. All the dead money in the middle with the big blind ante format we got. So 2-5, $25 ante. So
yep, buy-ins are different too. Typically, when we run our normal 2-5 game, min buy-in is 300, max is 1,500 for the deep stack 2-5 game that we run on live stream. When we include the big blind ante, min buy-in becomes 500 and max becomes 3K.
So super deep structure, a lot of maneuverability. Seen some big pots as a result.
Pretty sure it's between all rooms as well. Check 9, check 1.
Most of one of us is down.
It's like 10s right now are in the lead.
Yeah, so turn gives a pair of 5s to Michael, but Don still has top pair with Queen 10.
And Will with another mystery hand. Not sure what he has.
But Don did bet. Michael's going to call, picking up a pair.
He does call, Will does fold.
Heads up.
And now 2 pair for Don. Queens and 10s.
Don is going to bet here, hoping to get paid.
75 in the one.
That's why he goes big for 175, but Michael pretty quickly folds.
That is good.
Knowing his pair of fives aren't any good. Don's going to take that down. So that's back-to-back pots for Don. We're seeing him start to take a few here and there.
Time to go.
So no straddle on. Action's going to start under the gun. HK. He folds. Vincent folds. He folds around to throw the button. He is going to open up to 50. He's got a real one this time with ace-10, and he's going to take it down. Neither blind calls, so
Jack 6, Queen 2, King 2.
Takes down the $30 pre-flop with the raise.
I like to play with your cash with one big card.
What quads with a hand like that?
Also, guys, reminder, don't forget, June 1st, the Best Bet Live meetup game taking place down at Best Bet St. Augustine. We'll get the cards in the air for some 1-3 no limit hold'em and some 1-2 PLO at 2 p.m. that day. I know I'll be down there. I think Trey will be down there. Seth and Theo, a couple of our new dealers, are going to be down there as well.
I definitely know a lot of people asking about going down that deal over at Orange Park, so you see a lot of familiar faces.
Trey 8-9 flop.
The complete rainbow doesn't hit anybody, so Michael's gonna bet. There's a pre-flop raiser and continuation bet here. Should get the job done. Somebody wants to stand up to him. Neither player has a really good hand to defend. So Michael takes it down.
Of course, later that night, too, will be the start of our Summer Swing Series.
7 p.m.?
6 p.m.
6 p.m. 6 p.m.
6 p.m. start time. $300 buy-in, $100K guaranteed in the prize pool. Be 5 flights in total for that tournament. Final day will be on that Sunday, June 4th. As always, guys, you can check out the website, bestbetjacks.com, for all the details when it comes to promotions, tournaments, live stream schedule, how many active tables at each room.
I know all the June promotion calendars and tournament calendars are up. Full breakdown of the swing series, which satellites, at which property, on which day. So really easy to start planning out next couple of weeks.
9-6-8 flop, pair of 9s for HK, pair of 8s for Hunter.
And open-ended for HK.
He is, yeah.
At 110.
So he's going to lead out. And Hunter's going to call one. He's got Jack 8 of spades. He's got middle pair and a lot of different backdoor possibilities.
180.
Tray of clubs does not help any of those possibilities, that's for sure. So a bet of a little less than half pot from HK here. But Hunter does lay it down with his second pair.
Does let it go, indeed. Yeah, take a look at the active tables at each room. Your room, Mike, Orange Park's got 12 tables going.
12ish.
Yep.
Not bad.
St. Augustine's got 7 tables going. And here at our location, Best Bet Jacks, we have
1 million?
41.
Sorry, I was close.
41 tables active in our room.
So right around 60 overall.
It's not too bad.
No, not with a person winning 1,500 every 30 minutes.
Has it always been quad 5s when you like that? Has it been quad 5s?
It was
French
10
flush.
full, right?
Oh, when I looked at her, and I was forceful.
Really?
That's why I said that.
Oh, when you told me, I was like, fuck, I was like, still don't hold up, bro.
Yeah, it was forceful.
When you told me it was $5.
Oh. 5 to go. Fold it. Fold it.
All right, folds around to Don. He's going to open it up for 50. He's got ace jack this time around. HK with king queen. Thought he might put in the 3-bet there, but he decided to just call.
All right, heads up with Don and HK.
Blank check Don.
Ace,
Oh, wow.
10, jack. Uh-oh.
Top 2 for Don and Broadway for HK.
Oh, man. Might potentially be a big one here.
Important, depending how the board runs out. This is one of the first times we've seen HK actually just go for the slow play trap.
8 on the turn. That does give Don now a flush draw.
And it brings in the front door flush, so it might slow the overall pot size down a little bit.
And HK snap calling.
Oh, of course. Definitely going nowhere with Broadway there.
Right.
You got Don leading into you.
Oh, and the
Wow.
flush gets there.
Diamond comes in. Not sure if Don's going to try to value bet or if it just goes check, check.
It does go check, check.
Frustrating for HK.
Big one.
On the turn, could have got another.
Yeah, I mean, if it a more a bricked run out could have gotten pretty hefty. Comes blank, blank. Don's just going to keep firing. HK is going to
And then it kept
pick up a
getting
heap.
worse and worse.
I'm glad I did that.
I can't believe I had to do the diamond check.
Yeah.
Back down diamond check too. Good check back.
Always a little weird with that 4th diamond.
Good check back. Brother.
5 to go. Fold in the 9.
But for you Don fans, again, if Don does finish up, which he is on the right side of things now, he's worked himself being unstuck and is up a little bit. If that trend continues, we could be doing a potential giveaway for 5% of Don's earnings.
All what? You got 3.
6, ace, 9 flop. Michael with a 6, Vincent with a 9.
HK with the betting lead as the pre-flop raiser. Continues on the ace-high board. Vincent's going to call it middle pair. He is in position. HK has, continued before. Now, queen of clubs on the turn, so HK improves the middle pair plus the flush or higher club. He's got the king of clubs, 3 clubs on board.
135. 135.
Vincent also has a club with the 7 of clubs. Nothing too great, but gives him a little bit of equity.
Dave, the way you can do that is by going to YouTube.
River, king of spades.
It's a 2 pair for HK.
So he's gonna turn his hand into more of a value bet. He went from bluffing flop to maybe value turn.
Have you seen the rechargeable one?
Full on value by the river.
They're like this big and this big.
Goes very small, 150. Please call Vincent.
He is going to call.
And it works, yeah. Gets Vincent to call with a pair.
See, you just had to ask nicely.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
And that's what he did with the small bet size, but I'm just here to interpret.
Joint there with anything relay.
All right, straddle is on. Don puts the straddle under the gun.
Yeah, and if we do get to the point where we do the giveaway for Don's earnings, again, you have to be in our YouTube chat. That's how we do the giveaway, because we do a random roll via our Nightbot. And then after that, if a winner is selected, you have to have an Instagram or a Facebook page for us to be able to direct message you unfortunately, YouTube does not have the option of being able to direct message. So you have Instagram or Facebook, and then we'll be able to direct message that way. But the giveaway is done through YouTube because that is how our Nightbot is set up for how we do the random drawing and random giveaway.
Here we see Hunter open to 100 after a couple of limps from the small blind. Only Michael calls.
Feels like Hunter and Michael have been getting in. It feels like Don and HK have gotten in hands, or Don or Vincent, and then it's been Hunter and Michael.
Well, you're going to see a lot more position battles, like button versus blinds. A lot more people trying to steal pots when it folds to them, given the big ante format. So you're going to see the neighboring players are going to have to get into it more. Kind of like small blind versus big blind, or button versus small blind and big blind in tournaments, where people tend to open a little bit light to try and steal the ante and blinds.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just naturally going to clash with your neighbors.
If I had any.
I had to go.
Some of the more fun / scary dynamics of the game.
Yeah, when you start playing six-handed like this. Miss Pitney, good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. Thanks for stopping by.
Nah, he doesn't do it every time he does it.
No, Dave. You can just be no. You don't need to be a member or anything like that. Just be watching on our YouTube channel. Best Bet Live on YouTube. You do not have to be a member. You do not have to be a subscriber. We'd love for you to be a subscriber.
You should get over there because Don just flopped the nuts.
Oh, yeah, he did. Look at this. Yeah, as we're talking about, Don just flopped the straight.
Yeah, 7-6-5, complete rainbow. Don flops it. Vincent's open-ended, and he bets the flop.
And Vincent's been paying people off, so Don might get a little, quite a bit of value.
And Vincent's been taking the betting lead on this hand so far, too.
He is. Now the board pairs. That's a little scary. Vincent's going to keep firing out.
He did pair of 5. It's not the absolute scariest.
Yep.
Imagine Don's going to keep check calling. But he might put in the raise here since the board is getting a little bit scary.
Yep.
That's what he does. He goes for the check raise.
Dave, we haven't done it yet. So it's just, I'll enter the keyword in the chat, and then you will enter that keyword to get into the rolling. But I'm not doing that yet. We're going to do another stat check in about 15 minutes to see where Don's at.
He's going to be up.
He is going to be up
Takes
for
down
sure
this
after this one, yep.
I'll give you a high five.
So the flop nuts hold for Don there. Vincent did not hit his open-ended. Fortunately for Vincent, the 4 didn't come. 4 comes, he's going to have to pay off a big bet to Don.
Hey, man, a low five is still something.
No, so, yeah, and for that, both cards got to play. And then if you have a royal or a steel wheel.
But Dave, you do have to be signed in to your YouTube account. That's the only way I'll be able to tell who you are.
Royal, you also get the choice of a backpack or a jacket. All in the 4.
Vincent limps under the gun. Does have 4-3 suited.
Fold in the 9.
Folds around to the blinds.
Fold up.
Don folds from the small. HK gets to check out of the big blind.
Oh, wow. Set of 7s for HK.
Yeah, reverse flush
and
draw
a
for
flush
Vincent.
draw for Vincent.
So Vincent splashes 50 in. HK is going to click it back to 100. Vincent calls, so heads up to turn. Tray of spades. HK is going to bet.
155, 155.
Goes 155, and Vincent definitely puts in the call. Open to hit a club on the river for him. Tray would be disastrous for him. Comes a 6 of diamonds. Brick river, hard for HK to get any value out of Vincent with that. But he does dodge the club. He bets, and Vincent pretty quickly folds. Another decent pot for HK. Takes it down. Another small loss for Vincent. He's been in there a couple hands now that have just gone the other way. He's on the draw, it bricks out, kind of things.
25.
So we got Will opening up to 30. Does have ace-9. Don's going to call. He's got 6-5 of spades. HK going to call. He's got ace-8 of clubs. And now Vincent wakes up with pocket jacks out of the big blind. And he does 3-bet with those pocket jacks. Makes it 110 to go.
110 to go.
And Don is going to call. So Don's got 6-5 suited. Interesting for HK here. He's got a suited ace. Closing the action, has to play out of position the rest of the way. And he's going to put in the call. 80 more to win about 300. So we're going 3 ways to a flop. HK pretty quickly checks. It's a king-queen 10. So Vincent's open-ended. HK has a gut shot to Broadway. Don only has 6 high, so he's going to fold as soon as Vincent continuation bets this flop. Let's go at 135. Slightly small. HK is going to put in the call. Turn queen of clubs. HK checks it. Vincent's going to check it back. And the river comes a brick 4. So it does go check, check, and Vincent's going to take it down with his jacks.
Nice hand, Vincent.
Nice hand.
HK sighs, realizing he should have gone for the bluff. Probably felt it. Let out that groan of, I knew I should fire there. But really tough with that board. And Vincent being the pre-flop 3-better, he has all the boats after the turn queen comes.
Getting jack 6, queen lose.
Vincent also could have a lot of hands that check back turn, but then do call river.
Poker. There's no crying in poker.
Tell him, Vincent. No crying in poker. HK wakes up with pocket queens. Well, from the button, raises it up. Both players in the blinds have pretty garbage hands, have to fold it. It's a good spot for HK to look a little steamy. If somebody had anything, they might have battled with him, but fortunately for him, he can't take advantage of the situation.
They called another open seat, yeah.
That one I don't know. My friends don't know that.
I'm going to see Don straddle under the gun.
Like hot chocolate.
A hot chocolate from Starbucks or house?
Starbucks.
Starbucks, okay.
Fifth gear, Vinny.
And a macadamia nut
Just one
cookie.
cookie? Okay.
Straddle on the wine. 10 to go.
Sounds delicious.
5th gear, Vinny.
All right, HK is going to limp here with ace 10. Michael's going to only call the ace king also. And Hunter limps in with 5s. Just about every player decided to under-rep their hand here, except for Dono to check out of the straddle. Flop comes king, queen, tray, 2 hearts. Only Michael's got top pair to turn ace of hearts. You can see Michael get some value out of HK now. Both players are extremely under-repped. So Michael does bet. HK presumably is going to call.
He won't call.
There's 3 hearts on the board, a lot of Broadway draws. And river queen.
Close.
So Michael's going to bet.
For 125.
Goes 125.
No good. Nice hand.
And yeah, HK is definitely going to let it go. Good fold by HK.
Scary Mike.
Scary Mike.
I would have if you dealt with this yet or not, but when
Blind
they go
jack
5-handed, just
scary Mike.
automatically.
Poor Vincent.
Way too much work.
The opposite.
Get a
Rich
4 over
Vincent.
here.
Poor Vincent.
Poor Vincent.
What were you doing? River disc or what?
Art? Yeah.
Art Vincent.
I don't know if he's dealt with
Yeah,
him or not, so
mark
I'm just on. Just
Yeah, I paint.
because normally on the floor they want you to
I want you to call the floor and do all that.
Wesley Moran asks, how late is the stream going to? The plan was to go till about 9, so we would be on stream till about 9:15. So about another hour. Turn up asks what time live stream is. Yeah, probably about 9:15. So we got a little hour and change to go. They are playing a 2-5 with a $25 big blind to Ante. So as they get short-handed here, we're going to see ranges open up a lot, trying to steal that dead money in the middle. See a lot of light opens from cutoff and buttons, since it's going to get to them obviously a lot more often.
I see Will's left, so we're back to being 5-handed for the meantime.
Yeah, and then like this scenario here, Michael open with King Jack, and the Hunter's 3-betting Ace-4. We're going to see it like the button has to open, the blinds have to 3-bet. It's going to create some action even though they're short-handed. In a non-ante game, sometimes it can dry up, but with the ante on, you're pretty much locked into having to play some hands. And Hunter bets river, takes it down. Michael only at king high. We should hopefully see some fun dynamics.
Yeah, I got a little over an hour remaining in the live stream, guys. Do appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. Again, we're keeping an eye on Don here, as Don, every time he is on our live stream, from start to finish, he does give 5% of his earnings to a lucky viewer. You have to be watching on YouTube, which look up Best Bet Live on YouTube to try to get in. And I think as of now, we'll have an official stat check in about 10 minutes. But I want to say Don is actually up now after being stuck 3K at one point. He has worked his way back up, and I think he's up to close to 1,000.
Pretty good comeback for Don.
10-6 ace flop.
So top for Vincent. Don's got middle pair. Vincent is going to bet out here. 85, 1/3 pot, so Don is going to call with the 10. See what the turn brings.
Vincent says, do you ever fold?
He said no. Snap of the no.
And now Don has a straight draw to try to hit a 7.
So Vincent bets this time about half pot, sizing up a little bit. Don puts in the call again.
And Vincent with a little bit of shaking his head a little bit.
And the river is a 10, so Don Rivers trips. He checks it over trying to get Vincent to bet again, but he doesn't. Checks back ace king. He really must have put Don on the hand like he has.
Damn it. What? How did you not bet that?
Yeah, exactly. Like Vincent, you know, Don thought, hey, he should be betting a hand like ace king for value.
Yeah.
A little frustrating when he has a monster and snuffs out your bigger hand.
And then he just gets there. Yeah, Don's been doing this for a while now as far as the giveaway. He's done it for, I think, since December when we did the, of course, it was during the holiday time. That's when Don started doing it. We kind of called it Santa Don. And he's just kind of kept it going and everything. The keyword we used last time when Don was on the live stream, it was the same weekend that Monday Night Raw was in town for WWE. So I used the keyword Don Cena.
Blank check Don Cena.
Yep.
That's what I'm hearing.
Uh-huh. But yeah, like I said, we'll do a stat check and then we'll do the roll. Now, I do want to preface it as well that when we do the roll, there'll still be an hour in the stream left, and anything can still happen. Obviously, if Don finishes the live stream in the negative, then there's no giveaway. Either that or you pay 5% of Don's losses. That's the way that works. No kidding, obviously. You're not paying anything. The giveaway will only happen is if Don is up. So we'll have a final stat check as well. Again, you guys just be in the YouTube chat. Wait for me to post the keyword in the YouTube chat. You will enter that keyword exactly as it's spelled out. We'll then roll for a winner, and then, like I mentioned earlier, please have either an Instagram or a Facebook for us to be able to direct message you, because we're going to need to get your email address. Do not try to type your email address into YouTube chat, because YouTube chat, it will automatically filter it out.
Call 4. Call 6. Call option. And check. All right, we got 4.
Devin says 10-8 in the clutch there for Don. Yeah, came right on through for him.
Queen 9-9, Hunter with the queen. Does go check all around. King on the turn.
Check.
So now Don has a straight draw. Could try to hit his jack. Does not though. Queens will get it done for Hunter.
Check. $10.
Hunter bets $10, the thinnest of value bets we're going to see today.
And Don's like, sure, I'll call it off. Vincent's like, sure. Michael's like,
Vincent
nah.
rivered the deuce.
Yep.
So he had a pair.
Yeah.
That's going to be the thinnest value bet of the day award.
Yeah, pretty much.
Would not have made any more than he made on that one, that's for sure.
Yeah. That was probably the only thing he could throw out to get anybody to call.
Yeah, got the max. Vincent with pocket 8s under the gun. He's definitely going to raise it up here, I would assume.
100%.
Maybe 98%.
45.
He might put in a weird limp sometimes, but definitely a raise. Michael with ace deuce suited. He's going to call from the button. And those two are going to go heads up to the flop. Flop's jack 4 deuce, 2 diamonds. Vincent continuation bets 75. And Michael lays it down. Doesn't come along bottom pair.
Vincent, you're going to be my 5 and 25.
Chuck, get in this game. We need you.
No, is that no chop, Chuck?
I would assume so. That's who you want in the game.
That is 100% who you want in the game.
He ain't chopping.
I got plenty. I got plenty. Bring your friends.
All right, we see 2 limps here. Michael limps with ace 8, and Hunter then limps along with 5-4 offsuit. Don folds, and Vincent checks his option with king 6. Flop does come king high, king, queen, 9, 2 clubs. So Vincent bets out. Don't see either of these players continuing with their exact holdings. They do have to let it go. Hunter limps in with 4 deuce from under the gun. 4 deuce suited, I should say.
Alright, we got
Vincent calls and Michael checks, so 3 ways. Ace, 4 tray, rainbow. So Michael does have middle pair with trays. Hunter has pair of 4s plus gut shot to the wheel. Backdoor clubs. Vincent has a gut shot to the higher straight should a deuce come out.
Now the club draw is also out there for Hunter and Vincent.
Yeah. And Michael's going to continue to bet with his pair. Now, honestly, either of these players, Hunter or Vincent, could spring a check raise the way this hand is, the board's running out. But Hunter's just going to call, and Vincent does as well. River is an offsuit 8. So flush does not come in. And it's going to check around. Hunter's going to take it down with his 4.
Got a 4.
Hunter avoided a lot of disaster there. A club or a 5 would have been brutal for him. Vincent had him covered on the straight and the flush draw. Well, they got no chop chuck.
They do. We got a no chop chuck.
This is a perfect game for a guy who doesn't want to chop.
Exactly.
The big blind ante makes it where nobody's chopping ever.
No chopping happening.
So HK is back. Chuck's jumping in.
It had moments of glory.
Hunter, I need a quarter as well.
Oh, there's a $2. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's from me.
So HK posted to get back in, which includes the big blind ante. So there's actually 50 dead in the middle.
It is a 2-5.
Really could open up something on this hand, because how do you not put in a pretty large pre-flop raise to try to steal it?
The big blind.
So Chuck folds from under the gun, Jack 5. A couple players limp around. Hunter in the big blind. And he's going to go after it. He raises it up big, makes it 150 to go. He does have a pretty real hand with 9-8 suited, but he's also very incentivized to go for a super large open and steal that free $60 in the middle.
Thank you, Jake.
E.
Yeah. Wow.
Now we gotta go.
All right, let's go ahead and show the stats as we do have 1 hour remaining in the live stream. And Don is up 1460. Hunter is up 1250. Chuck just joined the table, so we don't have any stats on him yet. Vincent stuck almost 3K. HK has had a great night as well. It's kind of backed off a little bit now, but I mean, still though, had a very action night. As you see, 51% VPIP. So here we are, final hour of the live stream, and that's going to be the cue here. In a couple more hands, we are going to be doing the roll for 5% of Don's earnings. I'll have the keyword ready for you in just a minute. If you were watching the live stream earlier, you may have an idea of what this keyword is going to be. I'm just saying.
Here we got middle set for Michael. Hunter was the pre-flop aggressor, and he continuation bets because it's an ace-high board. Michael just smooth calls. It's ace-9-5 rainbow, so let's see what the turn brings. It does bring a 7 of clubs. So Hunter's going to continue because it adds so much equity. It gives him flush draw and straight draw. And when Hunter bets big, Michael does jam his remaining $900 stack. We're going to get an official count here, see how close it is, but
it's like 8 something.
I think a lot of turns Hunter would shut it down against Michael, but that turn gave him so much equity he had to fire again.
Yeah, it's the diamond now.
Interesting to see what the exact cost is for Hunter here. He's just about priced out. It's tough. And he does have to lay it down.
Yep, Hunter does fold. So Michael will go and scoop that one up after flopping the set.
Only getting about 2 to 1, maybe 3 to 1. Hard to see the exact amounts, but not quite enough equity. Chase the draw on that one. Good for Michael. He was getting a little short. Picks up some well-needed chips.
All right, guys. So we will do the keyword after this hand. So once again, this is for 5% of Don's earnings. This is a giveaway Don likes to do on the live stream. It is not an official best bet giveaway. This is something that Don just likes to do when he is on the live stream. Likes to give 5% of his earnings to a lucky viewer. And we will be putting the keyword into YouTube chat in just a second. This is for YouTube, so this will give you a little bit of opportunity to get over here and get to the YouTube channel so you can participate in this giveaway.
30, 6.
Michael opens for 30, and Hunter 3-bets pretty quickly. Queen 9 of spades. Don's got pocket 4s here. Hunter with a decent size 3-bet, making it 125. Michael does then call after Don does, so 3 ways to a flop.
Actually, guys, we're going to hold on. We're actually going to wait a second before we do the roll here.
Flop is King 9 Trey, 2 hearts. So top pair for Michael, middle pair for Hunter. Michael elects to just lead out rather than check it over to Hunter, who is the 3-better. Michael bets 225. It's right around half pot.
I guess so.
Kind of lets Hunter off the hook.
I guess so. We're actually gonna push it back a little bit. We're gonna wait. We'll do one final stat check in about 20 minutes. We'll do one final stat check, and then we will do the rolling in the giveaway. Hopefully in that time.
We got Vincent limping under the gun here with trade deuce of clubs. Michael's going to open it up to 40. I think Michael's taking advantage of the image that he kind of has, realizing maybe players are folding to him a lot more since he was a little card dead there for a while. Looks like a little bit of a, looks a little tight. He can start opening up a little bit light and try to take down the free blinds and ante. Fortunately for him, HK puts in the 3-bet. And that 3-bet does work. Michael obviously can't call it jack 8 of hearts. Pretty strong looking 3-bet from HK out of the big blind, especially over an open from Michael, since he hasn't been opening very much. They're not going to straddle this hand.
When's WPT again? Here? End of October. October.
Date-wise, I guess 26.
Michael limped under the gun for the $5. He has King 6 suited. Folds around to Vincent the big blind. He puts in a nice sized raise with pocket 9s.
Heads up, guys.
So Michael calls with the King 6 of spades, and they go heads up. Jack 5-5 flop, complete rainbow. Vincent's going to lead right out with his 9s.
What's up, Alex? How are you?
75, and Michael puts in the fold. Only backdoor spades for him, really. Nothing worth defending against Vincent there. Action's going to start on Hunter, puts in the fold under the gun. Over to Chuck. Looks like we got Chuck opening it up. He does raise it up to 35. He's got ace queen. Don with king queen. Looking like he's going to 3-bet here. And he does. So Don makes it 125 to go. And Chuck is going to call.
Heads up.
So they're going heads up to a flop. Flop is Jack 9 for rainbow. Chuck checks it over. Imagine Don's going to continuation bet as the 3-better. Plus, you know, 2 overs and a gut shot. Pretty good board for him to continue. He does. So he down bets 75 and Chuck calls. turn, Chuck checks it over to Don. Don checks it back. River is an ace of hearts. See if Chuck goes for the check. He does. He's going to trap Don here. Pretty rough spot. Don, almost an auto bluff for Don. It looks like he has an ace so much here. It doesn't look like Chuck does very often, so. Don does go for a pretty large bet, and Chuck quickly calls. Good check on the river by Chuck. Trapping Don for that pot. So welcome to the game, Chuck. Sits down, takes a nice size pot away from Don. Nice little welcome gift. Don obviously pleased with himself for yelling at Chuck to sit down just a few minutes ago. HK limps in. And Vince is going to raise it up from the button. HK limped ace-jack, and Vincent has ace-5.
And unfortunately, that's not good news for our viewers who are trying to win 5% of Don's earnings. Starting to give a little bit of it back.
Heads up, guys.
All right, heads up with HK and Vincent.
Flop all diamonds. Either player with a pair or a diamond, so HK checks it. Vincent continuation bets and takes it down.
Again, guys, just a reminder, don't forget, Best Bet Live meetup game on Thursday, June 1st over at Best Bet St. Augustine. We got cards in the air at 2 p.m. for some 1-3 no limit hold'em and some 1-2 PLO. And then that Thursday night, the Summer Swing Series kicks off 6 p.m. for Flight 1 of event number 1, our 100K guarantee tournament, $300 buy-in multi-flight event. Starts at 6 p.m. on that Thursday night, June 1st. As always, guys, you can check out the website, bestbetjacks.com, for all the details. The Summer Swing Series does feature that tournament as well as a 50K guarantee, $200 buy-in. That's going to be at Best Bet Orange Park. Then a single-day event, $300 no limit hold'em tournament, 30K guarantee back at St. Aug. And then the main event, $600 buy-in, 100K guarantee. That's going to be at Best Bet Jacks.
55.
Not too shabby. So let's see. Vincent has the ace.
And Michael has a bottom pair, and it checked around to him. And he bet, Vincent called, I believe.
And that's another spade. So now Michael does have the queen of spades.
So it does go bet call.
And instead, it's going to be trays full of aces for Vincent.
Just two. Oh, it is. Jeez. Vincent with a monster. Goes for the overbet. Unfortunately, Michael only has 9s and trays.
Oh, and Michael's choosing a bad time to raise.
This is where he goes for the bluff, huh?
Yep, and Vincent rips it all in, and oops.
Yeah, poor Michael's got some pretty unfortunate timing.
Yeah, that was a bad one, unfortunately, and he does let it go.
It's just like earlier where he went for a light open and just kind of ran into it, and he's doing it again. Like,
Don, it's like, yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, you had the best one.
Oh, yeah. Darth Daddy says, I wish I had the free time for a tournament. I understand the feeling.
I mean, there are single-day events that are held basically at all of our locations that are like some $100 buy-in tournaments, $200 buy-ins. I know Thursday nights over at Orange Park, your $100 tournament you have Thursday nights are pretty good.
Yeah, of
OPIC.
all the daily ones we have, the Thursday one seems to be the strongest, usually around 120 entrance.
Yeah.
The Tuesday night one's been picking up speed. The Tuesday night one mimicked the exact structure of the Thursday. Because Tuesday was always pretty good, but by creating it with the same structure, it's been steadily upticking as well. I just think Thursday has that feel like your weekend's coming around, time to go out and get it started. At least I know it's how it was in college for some of us.
Say a lot of people love to go out on Thursday nights too. So.
Oh yeah. So Thursday is always a pretty good one.
Pair of 10s for Don, however,
trip sixes for Michael.
Yeah, for Michael. Might be a little bit of redemption time for him.
And it's going to look like he's a little steamy, maybe pushing it with a flush draw here.
Both heads up, guys.
He does just call.
Queen on the turn. Yeah, I want to say St. Augustine has a daily tournament. They have literally a tournament every day.
I don't think it's every day. It's close to it, though.
Yeah.
I know that they've been getting pretty good turnouts. It's been increasing over time, especially with their tournament leaderboard structure.
Yeah. 6 full queens from Michael.
Yeah, Michael finally wins a hand.
He is going to go ahead and rip it all in. Let's take a look at St. Aug.
230.
Yeah, I don't have theirs memorized quite as much as my own, unfortunately.
Nah, tournament every day.
Every day, yeah?
Yeah, 7 p.m. No Limit Hold'em tournament on Sundays.
For Don.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Don. 7 o'clock, a $60 No Limit Hold'em tournament Monday night. 12 p.m., $60 No Limit Hold'em tournament on Tuesdays. Then Wednesday nights, $100 No Limit Hold'em tournament at 7 o'clock. Thursday, we actually got 2 tournaments. They got a $60 No Limit Hold'em tournament on Thursday at noon, and then at 7 p.m. a $120 No Limit Hold'em tournament. It's also says the Kingfish.
It's a special event, I believe.
Special event, yeah. Okay, so that's what it is. And then Friday night, $160 No Limit Hold'em 6-hour Ironman event. And then tournaments on Saturdays, $100 No Limit Hold'em tournament, and at both 12 o'clock and 7 o'clock. So they got a lot of tournaments going on. And of course on Sundays they also do have, with the exception of this Sunday, the 4th, because they have their main event, and then also a Swing Series $160 tournament. On the other Sundays they do have a $120 PLO 8 or better tournament as well. So. And lots of tournament action down at St. Aug.
Oh, yeah.
Fun is good.
Just saw Hunter take down a pot with a 3-bet. Went for the 3-bet of 7 with 7-6 suited over Michael's open.
Going back home.
Actually, going to start on Michael again. He does open it up to 50. This time he's got pocket jacks, a little bit stronger than the last hand when Hunter 3-bet him.
Heads up, guys.
Pocket jacks versus 9-8.
Yep.
5, 4, 10 flop.
It's going to go check, bet, fold very fast. Vincent checked it over. And as Michael started putting the bet out, Vincent folded.
Yeah. It's like, no, you're firing about, I'm good. Looks like Don's taking a little bit of a hit, unfortunately. So we're going to check, again, we'll check the stats again with 30 minutes remaining in the live stream. But it looked promising that we were going to be doing a roll for Don's earnings, but now not so much.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
My running joke to Don is going to be like, you still can't make up your mind until like the last 10 minutes whether you want to do this giveaway or not, huh? There was one time he was
down the wire.
Yeah, there was one time he was stuck the entire time, then ran it up in like 15 minutes to go in the live stream. And I'm like, all right, well, we'll do the giveaway now. And that was probably the quickest giveaway we've ever done on Best Bet Live. And then he was up, and we did the roll for the giveaway, and he ended up getting stuck. And it's just like, well, we'll send you a shirt.
There's no way to pick up a read on him. That's why they call him blank check Don.
Blank check Don, exactly.
Don't know what to fill it out for.
Yeah, exactly.
Looks like Vincent took down a little pot there. Flopped middle pair after limped pot pre.
We do got about 40 minutes remaining in the live stream here. And then we will bid you all adieu for the weekend. Again, just a reminder, there will not be a live stream this coming Thursday because we do have our Best Bet Live meetup game, so we will all be over in St. Augustine for that.
Here's a spot for Don to try to get unstuck.
Pocket queens for Don.
He did put in the 3-bet and Chuck called.
With ace jack.
Flop 6-5 tray. Pretty safe for Don, but he does check it back. Unfortunately,
ace does
on the
come.
Goes check, check again.
Wow. The good news is it did check basically the entire way through, so Don's not going to lose too much, but even then, that's rough. Ace on the turn, that gives no chuck to hand.
And unfortunately, he went for the check on the flop, probably hoping Chuck might bluff at it, but instead it went the other way.
Well, I'm actually 13 feet above sea level, so
well, I'm about 14 feet. It came all the way to my coolest steps.
Don trying to warm up, trying to heat up. Somehow, some way.
That's how you get on a heater.
Yeah.
You got to warm up first.
No lie, I was looking away for a minute and I heard that. I was like, what is that? And it was as you were getting up, so I was like, I was about to say, like, is old age getting to you?
Oh, yes. Definitely is. All right, well, Don gets that one. That's the beginning. It's the beginning of the heater. Warmed himself up, take down a pot.
That's all you need to do. But we will be back at it on Friday, June 2nd, 2-5 no limit hold'em deep stack action. And then on Saturday, June 3rd, we'll have some 2-2 no limit hold'em deep stack action for the live streams for next weekend. As always, guys, we do appreciate you guys hanging out with us. We do appreciate all the likes, subscriptions, everything that you guys have done as far as supporting the channel. Greatly appreciate it. We're getting closer and closer to 9,000 subscribers on the channel.
Appreciate everybody coming in, chatting with us too. Ask some questions, make some fun jokes. Anybody that wants to come in and make fun of country, you're more than supported.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, anyone.
Please.
You can make fun of either of us.
Please.
But mostly him.
Mostly me. Yes, definitely make fun of me. I probably deserve it half the time too.
Michael with a sneaky 2-pair here.
Yeah, look at this. Jack deuce.
Played Jack deuce and smashed 2-pair.
75 and 6.
Fortunately for him, nobody has an ace.
No.
In this spot, you'd really hope to get paid by somebody, but
yeah, Don though does have a pair of jacks.
Yeah, Don might have to call one street here because it was a pretty small bet.
Oh, Don. Oh, whoops.
There we go. This is how the heater starts.
Uh-huh.
Told you, he warmed up and he won a pot. And now Michael is going to bet pretty big.
250 to bet from.
And if Don check raises, it's going to be hard for Michael to fold. He's only got 400 back. Yep, there it is.
There's
Don.
the rip.
I don't see how Don couldn't check raise, and I don't see how Michael could fold.
Yep, Michael will call. Oh, and the ace comes to chop it up. Oh, no.
Okay.
Wow.
Oh, my. I mean, it's better than a deuce if you're Don.
Right, true. True. You're not losing money. You're just chopping it.
Rather
You're
get
getting a
sucked
little
out
bit
for a
profit.
chop, I guess. Well, it's still disheartening.
That's still like, really?
When the hurricane hit, everybody's
Classic.
That's from the wall.
Oh, man.
No, their graphics are all messed up.
Great turn card. Really, that river?
Been there.
So irritating.
Oh, poor Don.
And Hunter opens it up. Folded him in the cutoff. And looks like everybody folded. And he's going to take it down.
That's my line. You're going to take my fucking line stick? Man.
Good. I was trying to do ruthless, dude.
The surge was worse than that.
Matthew was the worst.
Yeah, that's pretty rough for
The one
Don.
before Matthew.
No, the one.
Yeah, finally gets into a pretty good spot to get some chips back. And
Irma, yeah, Irma.
womp,
Yeah,
Matthew belongs
Theo
to
decides to say like, hey, I'm going to put the ace out now.
it's the poker version of the slipping on a banana peel.
Yeah, pretty much.
I stayed home and my oak tree just
There was one guy that played on our last 2 live streams, had the Hanna-Barbera like sound effects for his ringtone. It would have been perfect at that point.
So Chuck open here with King 4 suited from the cutoff. Don calls the button with 6-3, and then Vincent calls up on with King 7.
Now Chuck catches a 4 and Don catches a 3.
Nobody has an ace. Nobody can be too happy on an ace high board when you don't hold it.
Right.
Mine missed the house by about a foot. Big, huge
8 on the turn, does check around the entire way, and
Assume that's going to make it check around river as well.
no chop Chuck.
What happens is
He's undefeated, I feel like.
Yep.
Every hand Chuck's played, he's won so far. Must be nice to be walking around, to get goaded into a game, and just win every pot as soon as you sit down.
And then you start regretting decisions as to why did you let him in this game?
I was out there for.
I mean, I think he's up already 700 too. I want to say he came in for like 2,700.
The one pot against Don was pretty sizable. I know Don bet 400 on the river, which is a pot size bet. So,
Which, by the way, been hearing more about Chuck there. Of course, we nicknamed him No Chop Chuck for his performance at the main event in the Run Good series, and how constantly a chop was brought up and he kept saying no. And that's how that legend kind of became.
he stuck to his guns.
But, I mean, looking at Chuck's history as a player and everything, he's done really, really well, especially in tournaments. He is a very well-known player.
Irma, I was just standing behind my window and I had this 100-year-old oak tree. And it didn't fall. It just
Yeah, he's got much more of a tournament background.
Yes.
Before coming to Jacksonville, I believe.
Yes, very much a tournament.
The soil just around.
Very much was a tournament grinder.
Matthew.
Still is to
And
this day.
And the wind was so high. Matthew
As for his 4th place performance in that main event of the Run Good series.
We don't have that many cases.
Where is that? Skid away.
It's outside of Savannah.
It's 18 miles south of.
Oh, this is where you used to live before.
No, I still live on a Skidaway Island. We're neighbors.
Oh, you have that house and the one on
The
it.
beach house is in Amelia Island.
All right, now it's right. Now we're getting to the bottom of
What's
things.
the other place? Tybee?
Yeah, it's in your side.
No. We're across the sound.
The power of that water, to see that geyser.
Yeah.
I mean, that was just, I can't believe this.
Don opens it up here. King 10 is suited. He's at 50 to go. Around the blinds. Michael's going to fold, and looks like Hunter's going to put in the call.
It was supposed to be like the end of the world, and then it died.
He does have King Queen offsuit here.
It's unbelievable.
I guess then you got like a.
The water came up all the way to
Flops
my pool.
Jack 8-4 2 spades. Hunter checks.
Quickly as it came up, it died. The tide turned, and that was the end of it.
Don checked it back to a 5 of clubs turn. Now they're off to the river, and Don Rivers, sorry, a pair of queens for Hunter. Pair of queens for Hunter on the river.
25.
Hunter goes for a small bet, but Don's gonna have to lay it down. Only holding king high.
It's like, it's just good enough hands to like raise and play. But then
That's smooth. Yeah.
I prefer to just.
It's a power play. You share a power play? I've been in the landings.
A little frustration out of Don there.
Bless you, Chuck Lake.
Call him Chuckles. That's fantastic.
Go.
Before I bought my house, I made them pull up the GIS and show me how far above sea level I was.
Mine you tried that.
I'm 14 feet above sea level, which is, that's the highest. That's the highest elevation you can get in Fort Lauderdale. So I was like, okay, so why is my flood insurance maxed out? And they're like, yeah, actually, you need to appeal that, right? So I appeal it, and I cut my flood insurance down to like 75%. So for years, they were charging the other couple that owned the house like crazy.
Wow,
insurance
trip.
rates, and they didn't
Actually, no,
do
excuse
that.
me. I'm sorry. 2 pair. 9s and 6s for Hunter.
Big blind special.
7 on the turn.
He's out of small blind special, rather. Same. Michael did call. And he's doing it again. Hunter bets $10 on the river.
Sounds good.
And takes it down instead of max value for 10 this time.
They're gonna have to build like a legitimate seawall at some point there. Like if it keeps going the way it's going.
They tried to do it in Isle of Palm. It doesn't work.
What do you mean?
Isle of Palm, they built a sea wall right in front of the whole water village. The water came, knocked it down, and knocked all the houses down.
Went over the wall or what?
Just
Around the wall?
Yeah.
Through the wall?
All of it. Through the wall, under the wall.
Well, they gotta
Through
try
the
a little
wall,
harder.
under the wall. No, because
Doesn't sound like a very good wall.
It's all sand.
Have you seen the wall they have in Venice?
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Venice, Italy.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's deep, and they built that thing a couple of hundred years ago.
No, I'm talking about the new one where when they know there's going to be a huge swell, they raise that wall up, and it's
a family pot here.
It can take a 15-foot swell, like when they.
Well, I mean, New Orleans is
Check flop top pair. He bets out for 50. HK calls. Vincent calls.
Right. Well, I'm just saying, like.
I mean, it can be done, but you know, if you have to go down
Trey.
to bedrock, you know, who knows how long, and how far they
Chuck does bet. Pretty large again. 150. Almost pot. After HK folds, Vincent raises it.
Thinking about it now because
Goes with the min click back. Makes it 300. We don't know what he has, but he's playing it like he's got a tray. Chuck believes him. He lays it down.
It's like, and every time one of these hurricanes
They're
comes
saying
through,
another 30, 40 years, Miami's not going to do that.
Yeah,
Like the Maldives. Maldives not going to be there anymore.
Yeah, but
Another 10, 15 years, Maldives are
30
gone.
minutes, not those. Just a heads up.
In Indian Ocean.
yeah, I know where about it.
Yeah.
Right,
They say 15 to 20 years, Maldives are no longer.
but those are all sandbars, though, and like reefs with sand
Still
on it. Like
cities,
that.
people live in it. It's a country.
I mean, it's
the risk factor is
The risk.
like, yeah,
New
especially.
Orleans isn't up there.
Well,
So they've done a good job of what they did after what was that, the hurricane in 2005 that killed all the people.
Katrina.
Katrina.
Katrina and Rita
And then they
came
built
after.
all these levees and
You can't fight with nature.
They're gonna have to fix
You lose
Miami.
everything. You lose
Like
everything.
that. I've seen like 3 or 4 hurricanes there.
Try to
and
destroy
every time
nature, they will
those
destroy you back in a heartbeat.
floods were about 3 feet into the bottom.
You can't fight with nature. No, it's like nature always wins. To go.
Ruined everybody's cars. There's nowhere to park your car. 50.
Spady, he says.
All right, Hunter raises it up to 50.
You might be right, though.
He's at queen 5 of spades. Chuck instant calls with the unstoppable 10-8
Or
suited.
it turns into something like Venice.
Don and HK both called Don
Like
7-6 of clubs and HK king deuce of clubs. So 4 ways to a flop, ace, 8, 4, 2 diamonds. Nobody's got an ace or diamonds, but HK is going to lead right out like he does. That's 110. Chuck does call with middle pair. He's got backdoor clubs. They're pretty dead, but he doesn't know that. Don has a gut shot, so he's going to call as well.
They build an airport in Hong Kong.
So 3 ways to a turn.
People keep telling them don't build.
Turn is a 7 of spades. So he gives a pair of 7s to Don.
Holes and all that. It's sinking 4 or 5 inches.
Checks around to Chuck.
So every year they go out more.
He does check it back here.
But it's going to make it heavy.
And river ace of spades.
Sinking 5 inches.
Where is this? Hong Kong?
In Hong Kong. The new airport that's about 20 years now.
But didn't they try to build that on a
Don
lake?
checks it.
On a
HK is going to check it. And imagine Chuck's going to check back there, happily taking his showdown value. He does. So Chuck takes it down with the aces and 8s. With his 8-10. Again, 8-10. Suited. Chuck wins a nice pot for Chuck.
On the water. So they put all these steel beams, and people in the war tell them it's not going to hold it because it's sand and the steel beams are heavy, and it's going to go under. Nice sinking 4 or 5 inches a year. A year. But Chinese don't listen to nobody.
I'm just picturing a world where, like,
have you seen
people from Colorado are just rich because they.
Well, people were buying, what you call it?
Easy game.
People are buying, oh, sorry. They're buying land in Arizona and Nevada, so one day when California go out, so they have waterfront property. they're buying it. I'm being serious. You know, San Andreas Fault is right on the border of Nevada and California.
Yeah,
so they're
goes right through Death Valley.
So they're predicting one day it's going to split, and then people in Nevada are going to have waterfront property.
And San Francisco is just going to fall off into
The whole California.
An act of God.
Can't
I do
chop.
not
Cannot,
accept your
cannot chop.
leftist
Not with
No
this one.
chop. So Vince limps. Michael checks. It's 10-9 versus pair of 5s. Queen 6-4. Kind of bricky for them all.
No, they're just crazy.
Turn tray gives Michael open-ended with his pair of 5s, so Vince is going to stab here, but it's definitely not going to work. Michael
The
raises, and
government had all these nuclear bunkers in the middle of the desert. In
Vince throws it away.
For special equipment and stuff. And then after the Cold War, like, it was just worthless, and they had spent like hundreds of millions building all of these, right? And then they sold
renovated.
They sold them to people, and then people had houses inside of them.
They're buying them.
Developers have made communities out of them.
Yeah.
You have to pay like annual HOA fees to live in a bunker.
Well, I mean, nobody lives there though. Like but it's all pimped out on the inside with like stocked up for ages, and they're just waiting for the world to blow up, and they're going to go hide that stuff.
That's the people but there are people that have already bought like an apartment there.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
yeah. I
They're
saw another guy
expensive,
who bought.
checked, opened it up for 50 under the gun.
It was like a
Don
condemned
called
missile
now.
silo in Iowa, and built
Vincent
a
called as
doomsday
well.
shelter inside of it.
Watching not to 3-bet from the button with his ace-queen, so 3 ways to a flop.
Similar type thing. I mean, it's a massive business. What you're talking about?
Yeah. I mean,
Ace, king, deuce, flop.
it's crazy until it's not.
Chuck starts the action after being the pre-flop raiser.
I'm saying that, like, listen, I've got
He's going to put in a continuation bet, repping strong hands on that board.
Shit like that. You know what I mean?
I didn't know that. So in the 70s,
Fortunately for him, Vincent has a strong
Switzerland
hand.
had enough missile bunkers for
Vincent
the
does
entire
the
population.
min raise back to you, Chuck. Chuck unfortunately has nothing. He's got to lay it down.
But can you imagine being so prepared, like you were that concerned with everything that you had enough
wait 6 months to a year with all the nuclear stuff talking going on. It's really it's driving a lot of that business right now. But I mean, listen, back in the 70s, I mean,
Don's going to straddle here for 10.
Outside of right now, where we were, where nuclear war was as close as it is. You know what I mean? Yeah. Listen, if you're in Eastern Europe, you don't want to be a target where.
Straddle, 10 to go.
Not good. Not good at all.
All in the 2.
HK limps the straddle. He's got pocket 8s. Vincent wakes up with ace king. He's going to raise.
65.
Makes it 65 to go. Folds back around to HK. He's going nowhere with his hand. He calls.
Yes, I called you.
Now, how long are you going to wait before you go out and try to rebuild the whole world?
Several times.
So I guess we're heads up with HK and Vincent. Trey 5 jack flop. 8s are in the lead. But there's a backdoor to diamonds for both HK and Vincent.
HK with the check and then the classic Vincent min click it back.
Now Vincent has a straight draw. And a king comes on the river to give him a pair of kings.
Yeah, bad run out for HK.
That's what it seems like this last hour or so has been on the live stream. Bad runouts for some players.
Yeah, right. I don't think President Xi or Putin, I don't think either of those guys are really crazy enough to do that. But
the question is,
but if they get knocked out or assassinated or overthrown or something, and somebody else more extreme replaces them, then it's like hard to say.
absolutely, you don't know.
Whatever.
The question is, if Putin should happen to detonate a tactical nuclear
That's what I'm saying. I like it.
will the United States respond in time?
You'll never hear me complain.
Oh, I don't
Somebody
know.
does it.
So what's to stop him from dropping a tackle?
Yeah, no bad runouts for Chuck. Yeah, you're right.
No, Chuck avoids most disasters, it seems like.
He does.
At least so far. He hasn't been playing super long yet, but
Looks like we got everybody in this hand, so we got a
family pup.
Yep.
Do much more than that, right? There's going to be
10, 7, 6.
Pretty good for HK.
Yeah, got some self-straight.
And Hunter's got 2 pair.
Pair of 10s for
Vincent's
Vincent.
got top pair and gut shot. Michael has middle pair.
Wow, so this is pretty decent flop here for everybody.
Hunter's going to put in the raise. HK led for only 25, betting small. Got everybody to call. So Hunter put in the raise with his 2 pair. Now it's a question of call or 3-bet for HK.
Looks like he's just going to go ahead and call.
Yeah.
And Vincent's in there as well.
It's hard for Vincent to fold that hand. Michael gets out of the way, but
a tray on the turn.
Dream turn card for HK.
Yep, doesn't change anything.
And Hunter's probably pretty happy to see that turn. HK leads again. It's a real interesting line here.
A little over half the pot was that bet. Miss Kathy, good to see you in the YouTube chat. Hopefully you're doing well.
Very interesting. HK chose the lead after Hunter raised the flop. Usually you check to the guy who puts in the raise, especially on a card that doesn't change anything. So maybe some alarm bells.
That is a face card. Jack on the river.
And it's a diamond.
Yep, it is a diamond, and it will improve HK's straight.
Well, HK is going to put in, looks like a pretty small bet. Can't imagine Hunter's going to fold. If he does find it, it'd be pretty impressive for how cheap HK made it.
Oh, he might.
Maybe he's reading the hand for what it is, and he's going to rep the diamonds.
It is indeed, and that's was that 1,300? The Hunter just raised it to. Wow, strong play from Hunter.
Really don't see people turn their hands into bluffs like that.
Yeah, and Hunter, wow, Hunter, masterful play by him.
Sick read by Hunter.
Yep. Good stuff by him. Yeah, Kathy, good seeing you as well. Well, guys, unfortunately, I have bad news for you. We are not going to be doing Don's giveaway tonight.
He unfortunately gave it away to people on the table.
Yeah, he did give it away.
As opposed to people off the table.
Yep. Decided to give his 5% of earnings to everyone else playing with him.
I mean, it didn't look like he lost a lot. He just went from being up to being stuck, which is annoying.
Yeah, but they are also going to continue playing upstairs after the live stream is over in about 15 minutes. So they did ask, you know, about getting a table set up for them. They want to keep playing.
So Hunter opened to 50 here with Queen 10 of hearts, and then Don 3-bet out of the blinds with pocket nines. Made it 200 to go. Hunter put in the call to play in position. Flop is 6 tray deuce, 2 diamonds, so pretty good board for Don. He's gonna put in a C-bet. He does, and Hunter quickly releases. Lets it go. Miss Pitney says mostly to Chuck in terms of what Don lost. Yeah, it was a pretty rough setup when Chuck had the ace queen versus Don's king queen hand, and Chuck played it right. Unfortunate run out and situation for Don to have to bluff off a sizable amount to him there.
19,
I mean, if they have room.
Usually 19 or so. We might go upstairs today because it's so full.
He lost a little bit to Michael as well on the 2-pair versus true pair. Sorry, I didn't lose, but unfortunately just didn't win. Michael limped here with ace-6, and now Chuck is going to open it up. Looks like a lot of players calling.
You should have 2, 4, 6, and 9. 9 made it 60.
So yeah, Chuck originally made it 60, and then 3 players called it. Flop came ace 8-8. So Michael's the only one with an ace. Nobody has the 8. And turn is a king. So Michael is going to lead on this card now. He checked it over to Chuck on the flop, checking to the pre-flop razor. Now that checked around, he's feeling pretty good about his hand. Bets for value. Everybody folds. Nobody really had too big of a piece on that board. Nice little pot from Michael, taking it down.
Michael, you're going to be my big blind and my ante.
So no straddle on this hand.
Did I make a bad laydown?
Yeah. Talking about that last hand when Hunter bluffed HK off of it. He just pieced it together a couple minutes later.
That was a good bet.
It was a good spot. Not something you see too often.
It felt similar to that king-queen hand. What's it on me?
Yes, sir. Check.
He's referencing the king-queen hand when Hunter took him for max value with top 2 versus top pair.
I made some face when I showed it, and I was like, wait a minute, I'm either really good or I'm really bad here.
Okay, so once we end the stream at 9 o'clock, we'll be moving the game to table 20.
So HK realizing he zigged when he should have zagged, and earlier he zagged when he should have zigged. A few missteps against Hunter. Other than that, I mean, he hasn't done anything atrocious. And those 2 big situations, Hunter just kind of out-leveled him by 1. Just really hand-read him super well and just got the max.
$2.
Yeah.
28. It's
right in the middle of the floor with all the riffraff over there. I don't want it.
So the
right next to the stairs? I don't want it.
the table right before the stairs.
Okay. You gotta have all these 1-2 idiots yelling, throwing stuff.
They're just slinging poop around. That's all they do. Riffraff. 1 limp, and Vince opens the button for 50.
We pay enough break to, like, you could at least give us that. Put us upstairs away from
Hunter's going to call the 50 with ace tray suited.
I heard
HK came along, 9 deuce as well, so 3 ways to a flop. Flop does have 2 clubs, along with Vincent having the overpair. HK has a gutter and flush draw, and Hunter has nut flush draw. So Hunter leads, HK calls, and Vincent puts in a pretty hefty raise with his overpair and gut shot. So Hunter is going to put in the call, which is probably going to price HK in. I think he's going to talk himself into it with gut shot straight plus flush draw. And he does call, so this pot's getting bloated, and if a club came out, it would be disastrous for HK. And there it is. Jack of clubs on the turn. I think that's the reason Hunter chose only to call Vincent's raise on the flop rather than possibly putting in another raise. Keep the other flush draws in there when you have the ace high.
350.
Now Hunter goes 350 for value. And HK does call Vincent. It's a nice lay down there for a cheap price. A lot of players have been enticed to come along.
Heads up.
The river is a tray offsuit, non-board pairing card. So now Hunter, given those previous dynamics him and HK were just talking about, it'll be real interesting to what size he chooses. I mean, if he ranges HK for the hand he has,
1500 from the.
he's going to go big, which he does. Makes it 1500 to go. He's going for the maximum, and HK's in the blender on this one. Don't know how he could get off of it, especially given the two's history. The last couple of big pots they were just talking about. Especially now, he does know Hunter bluffed him the last time, so he doesn't always have to have a flush.
Ryan, what table?
Just replaying the hand out. It's going to be tough for HK to know what Hunter has. Hunter was not the pre-flop raiser.
This is the last time here?
No. Just in case, you know, it takes a while. If she's not
The only thing that's fortunate for HK is that it's 9 deuce. He doesn't have a lot of the big clubs, so he's not blocking some of the face card flushes. You could tell me he picks either fold or call, and I would agree with you. This is a pretty tough spot.
We're going to make another bad lay down.
You can tell he feels like no matter what he does, it's going to be wrong. And it's a pretty valid feeling. I mean, Strawman says he can't call. Anybody in there say he can't fold? That's an absolutely brutal spot. Taco says yes, he can. See? Let's imagine what Hunter could have that's not a flush. Hunter led very small on the flop.
That's a good thing.
And then only called Vince's raise. So could Hunter have a hand like 7-6? He would have called 7-6 suited pre-flop. We know the 7-6 suited can't be clubs since the 7 of clubs is out there.
Very bad, considering I've got a 9 high flush right now.
Does block because he had the 9 high flush draw. It blocks his flush draw straight draws. Ray says he's going to call. Taco says he's going to call. Miss Pitney says he's going to shove. I think since he announced what his hand is at this point, he probably can't even possibly shove. 10-10 made a net full of ace clubs last night. I think it's a really rough spot. I think there's also a case to be made that there are some hands that this 9 high flush draw beats. Let's say Hunter had 6-4 of clubs. It would play out this exact same way. If Hunter has 8-6 of clubs, it could play out this exact same way. So there's combinations of flushes that he beats. Not a lot, obviously. But he does make the fold. Crazy good fold by HK there.
I'll see the straight. Nice hand.
Like HK and Hunter have battled a few times, and Hunter got the best of him the previous two. So HK snuffs that one out.
all gonna be doing
doesn't make it a
final
trifecta
three
of
hands
mistakes in big pots against
final
Hunter.
hands of the night right here.
It's always nice to
All we ask
it's always
is
nice to
not
get it right
wrapped
at
up
least
until that
once.
Final hand is. Yeah, we're gonna be on table 3.
Trace Tacos says Hunter probably thought his 2-pair was good before. I don't think he thought they were good on the river, just given the way the hand played out. And I think he just elected to turn it into a bluff, reading HK for a little bit of weakness.
See, I mean,
Because HK led pretty small on the river when diamonds got there. Decided to say, I could have the flush draws.
Fold 6 call, 8 fold, 9.
what's your book called?
Advanced concepts.
What's it called?
We got 3
Advanced
players.
concepts for in Miller Hold.
Okay. I'm gonna look it up right now.
Check in the 8.
So 3-way pot here. It is open-ended for Vincent and top 2-pair for Don. Hunter's 5s. Kind of meaningless in this hand, the way it's going to play out. So Don leads with his top 2 for 200. Vincent's going to put chips in, just matter how many. He does call.
Alright, we are hands up.
So we're going to what, table
3.
Okay.
Check. Alright.
Turn 10 of clubs, kind of an action-killing card. And then river 10 of hearts
I'd like to sit in
actually gives Vincent the best hand.
Everything's gonna be the same. Button's gonna stay the same.
Very unique way. Not the way Vincent thought he was going to get there. He was obviously on the straight draw, flopping open-ended. And it does go bet call. So yeah, Don bet for value on that river, and Vincent obviously quickly calls. Takes it down. More frustration out of Don.
I know, right? I guess that was your.
Thank you, appreciate you. Thank you, appreciate you.
Trace Tacos giving credit to Strawman for saying he was a fold. Yep, good call, Strawman. I think you were the underdog in the chat there. We all thought he was going to call.
Oh, this was the hand between HK and Hunter?
Yep.
Yeah, I was out there watching it happen as
Really good hand.
Yeah, really good hand. HK was definitely talking him through like every single possibility possible.
All right, so we are at final 3 hands of the night, guys, and then we will bid you all adieu. They are continuing the game upstairs. Straw logic.
The strongest.
Yep.
Of all logic.
Straw
the ones
logic.
made out of straw.
Oh, wow, pair of queens and an ace on this flop, so HK does catch his ace. However, royal flush draw for Hunter. Trey on the turn. And the 10 of hearts is still out there.
And Hunter is going to bet when it's checked to him again. And it goes check, check.
Yeah, it looks like a blank on the river.
HK gets to take a pot off of Hunter. He did it.
That's, I guess that fold he made, I guess that's the karma.
It was a good fold. It's like compounding interest. When you make a lot of the correct plays over and over again over time, it's going to add up to profit.
Right.
Especially when, you make the right fold for $1,500. Kind of adds up fast.
Abusing customers.
Trey.
5 to go. This is the final hand, guys.
Strawman says he might go to OP around midnight. Good luck if you do.
I think I'm heading out there after our stream's done, which is the last hand of the night, by the way.
I guarantee I'm driving past OP on my way home. I already put in my hours today.
No, yeah, definitely. Hopefully off tomorrow?
Yes.
All right.
I'm actually going to be off tomorrow.
Nice. Same here.
I'll be back at it. It's gonna be a fun next couple of weeks too. So
a pair of 9s now for HK as he does hit his 9 on the turn. It is going to go check, check. Ace on the river.
Hunter was just talking about his book, Ace on the River, another popular.
Yep.
55.
Call flip show. We got
river again.
Oh, nice, man.
Did get rivered again.
25 bucks. I wasn't
All right, guys, that's going to be it for tonight, though. We are going to go ahead and wrap it up. Let's go ahead and show you final stats as we are heading out of here. Yeah, Don, unfortunately, getting stuck a bit. That's still relatively even, but kind of stuck-ish. HK up the most. Hunter worked himself up a little bit as well. No Chop Chuck in an hour made 565. And
hourly.
That is the way things are after this live stream. Appreciate you guys hanging out. Appreciate you guys watching. Again, no live stream Thursday because we will be at our Best Bet Live meetup game. The next time we are live will be on Friday, June 2nd with some 2-5 No Limit Hold'em deep stack action. For our dealers tonight, Jacob and Theo. Mike, any final words from you?
No, thanks everybody for joining in. Appreciate it, everybody jumping into the chat, participating with us. A lot of fun.
Absolutely, and that's going to be it tonight, guys. Again, thanks for all the likes, all the new subscribers, all the support. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. We'll see you guys Friday night. Take care. Be easy. Thanks for watching. See you then.